Can this hold all of us and your mustache?
The distance to our finish had seemed too distant to imagine. But with Baja 1000 winner Mustache Mike Penland carrying me to the finish of my Mexican 25, the journey is a breeze. And the endless miles of dusty and rock-strewn trails ends with an amazing reward. Miles and miles of deserted beach, there for our own fun, and we take full advantage of it. As the sun sets over the Pacific, my amazing adventure comes to an end.
Nice job! Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Larry.
I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you. That's a winner. 25 miles for me almost kicked the you-know-where out of me. But think about the Baja 1000 and the men and women that are in that race. I got a lot of respect for them, and that's what makes this an ultimate playground.
Larry, you got to see the next meet.
You got it. I'm on the way. Play hard, play safe. I always do that.
Welcome to Madison, Wisconsin. College football presented by Pennzoil on ESPN2 as the top two rushing teams in the Big Ten, Wisconsin and Illinois, get ready to play each other. Wisconsin very quietly sneaking up the standings, only unbeaten Michigan and Ohio State in front of them in the Big Ten. Illinois has had some heartbreaking losses as they are now 1-3 in the Big Ten. And welcome to sunny Madison, Pam Ward, along with Mike Gottfried. And Wisconsin is a team, I think it's only fitting, Mike, that a team that quietly has been creeping up in the polls is led by a very quiet but efficient leader in John Stocco.
Pam, you're so right. A young football team, Wisconsin, but they have a veteran quarterback in John Stocco. John Stocco takes control of this football game, and his team doesn't make mistakes, can throw the football very well, and leads a good rushing game.
Boy, it helps to have P.J. Hill in the backfield, this redshirt freshman leading the Big Ten in running.
He can go inside, outside. He's a load to bring down. Illinois, when I talked to their coaches, they said they hope they can tackle him today and bring him down.
First guys to touch him usually do not bring him down. Now, on the other side of the football, a very young Illinois team, including their true freshman quarterback in Juice Williams, who's a double threat.
Yeah, Juice Williams is a very good running quarterback, also can throw the football. And Rashad Mendenhall is a running back he has to depend on. Juice Williams, like a lot of freshmen, right now makes a lot of mistakes, but he can make some big plays.
And Mendenhall, the last couple of weeks, has had career highs in running, had 161 yards last week in a heartbreaking loss to Penn State. It is a beautiful day, about 42 degrees, some wind though swirling around the base and around the ground of Camp Randall Stadium, but we expect a nice, clear, and beautiful day for football between the Badgers and the Illini. And there is the wind whipping up on the banners. Illinois won the toss but is deferred, so Wisconsin will get the football first. Jarvis Minton grabs a short kickoff around his 8, and And Wisconsin will start from around its 26-yard line as we head down to the third member of our team, and Jimmy Dykes.
Thank you, Pam. Wisconsin head coach Brett Bielema told his coaching staff last night that playing Illinois with a 2-6 record is kind of like working for the Secret Service. He said when the Secret Service goes in to secure a building for the president, when they look like everything's fine, no complications, everything's running smoothly, that's when they are most susceptible to an ambush. He also realizes that his Wisconsin team is playing their way towards a January bowl game. He's also very aware, though, that Illinois capable and maybe even due of pulling off an ambush.
And that is obviously what they hope to avoid against this Illinois team that has had some very close calls, particularly in the last 3 weeks. And there's P.J. Hill. You're going to see number 39 get the football often as he is taken down by Alan Ball. Impact players for this Wisconsin team. We already told you about John Stocco and P.J. Hill. And Travis Beckham, a great story. He was a linebacker and defensive end last year and has turned into a very good tight end.
Pam, he's the best receiver on this Wisconsin football team. Look for him to get a lot of chances for big plays today.
Beckham leading them with 32 catches and 501 yards on the season. And it's a 2nd and 2 for the Badgers in their first possession. Little corner blitz, and they run away from it. Hill picks up the first down with interest as he is nudged out around the 43 by Vontae Davis, a true freshman cornerback.
What you get a lot of times when you see Wisconsin is they'll put both tackles on the same side. Here Joe Thomas pulls out the big 6'8" tackle and makes a key block for P.J. Hill.
And Joe Thomas, you mentioned how big he is at 6'8". The shortest offensive lineman on this team is 6'6" for Wisconsin, and they're all well over 300 pounds. So it is now 1st and 10 for the Badgers from the 43. It's Paul Hubbard, the wide receiver, in motion. And once again, they go back to the big guy. Hill picking up 4 yards. Hill is 5'11", 242.
Here's the unbalanced line, Pam. What they do is they take Joe Thomas over here, and they got both tackles side by side. All of a sudden, the tight end, Beckham's on the backside. So that's a good running formation for Wisconsin.
Wisconsin offense, first in the Big Ten in rushing, averaging 195 yards per game. And P.J. Hill has been the star. Luke Swan now in motion. And that's a gargantuan hole for P.J. Hill, who just goes right up the gut. Another first down and another 7 yards before Kevin Mitchell takes down P.J. The rest of the Wisconsin offense, we already talked about the offensive line, just how big they are. Andy Crooks, when you figure him in, you're talking about 1,850 pounds of guys leading the way for the Badgers.
It's a big offensive line. They block high, and Wisconsin usually sets the tempo with the first drive of the first quarter.
And they have another first down now in Illinois territory at the 45. And P.J. Hill has been the workhorse and continues to be as he picks up 3 on that first down carry. Derek Walker coming up with the stop. And there is the tail of the tape of the Wisconsin offensive line. They average 319 pounds per guy.
A lot of cheese right there.
A lot of big, hefty cheese. 4 of the 5 are from Wisconsin. The center, Marcus Coleman, is from Plymouth, Minnesota. The other 4 are from Wisconsin, including Joe Thomas from Brookfield, and boy, Mel Kiper and all the rest of the draft experts just love that left tackle. 2nd and 5. PJ cannot get away from Britt Miller. Miller making the good stop, and only about a 1-yard gain for Hill. There will be some impact players on the Illinois side of the ball. Derek Walker, very talented defensive end, leading them in sacks. Alan Ball, a good corner. And Jay Lehman, a very smart linebacker and a very good linebacker.
Jay Lehman has 85 tackles coming into today. Should go well over 100 tackles this year.
And he also graduated from school in 3 years, working on his master's degree. This is the first pass for Stocco on the day, and he sails it over the head of the intended receiver, Paul Hubbard. And so this drive stalls after it was off to a good start. They had 6 straight plays with this drive, all of them P.J. Hill runs, and then the first pass is incomplete.
John Stockwell just didn't set his feet on that pass.
Hill 6 rushes for 35 yards on the drive, but it stalls at the 43. And here is E.B. Halsey getting ready to get Ken DeBush's punt. DeBush, one of the best punters in the country. And he's been great at knocking it inside the 20, but that one just sails on him. Illinois will start from the 20, and when we come back, you will get a look at number 7, Juice Williams, a true freshman quarterback. Excitement pretty much every time he touches the ball.
Kanai something.
It's pronounced konnichiwa.
Oh, thanks. I'm going to Japan. You ever been?
I was made in Japan.
Ooh, it's a small world.
Why aren't you at the post office?
I'm being picked up.
What are you, special or something?
As a matter of fact, I am. Peace out.
Sayonara.
The post office comes to you with free package pickup.
I live for speed. You're running on empty. You gotta be in it for the long haul. Now that guy has the right idea. Let's keep going, buddy.
Look for special savings from Energizer on Cars DVD at participating retailers. Rated G.
Today I will earn rewards points in more ways than ever before. And I will do it while Victor tries to distract me. First, I get points for using my Citibank debit card. Next, I get points for my Citi mortgage. Now my greatest secret, points for using my Citi Premier Pass credit card. Istanbul, please. No madness can stop Citi's many rewarding ways. Victor, pull yourself together. Rewarding. Very, very, very rewarding.
Whatever it is, you can get it on eBay.
I love drinking Guinness while playing poker.
I've also discovered that wearing sunglasses makes it harder for people to see what you're thinking. I'm going to bluff now.
Brilliant.
Enjoy Guinness Draft responsibly.
Brilliant.
This telecast is available on ESPN2 HD, presented by Pioneer Plasma Displays. Lake Mendota, one of the 2 lakes surrounding Madison, one of the really nice places to go in all of college football. State capital of Wisconsin and the home of the university. And here is Illinois. Its first possession of the game. Juice Williams in an empty backfield. And he zips it and completes his very first pass, close to a first down. His leading receiver, Kyle Hudson, grabbing it. Juice Williams leading this Illinois offense. They only have 3 senior starters, and you already saw Kyle Hudson catch a pass. He'll also go to Jody Ellis, and Jeff Cumberland, though he's a tight end, works more like another wide receiver.
I watched him last night at the dinner last night for Illinois. He's a big guy, and I'll tell you what, now he's going to be a great player for Illinois.
Cumberland, a true freshman, goes 6'5", 240. And Juice Williams hangs on to it. His first carry of the day, picks up 4. Mark Zalewski making the stop for the Badgers. Impact players include Mark Zalewski, the linebackers for Wisconsin, very talented and very fast. Jonathan Casillas also is a starter along with DeAndre Levy, as Casillas leads the team in tackles for loss. Zalewski, one of the great tacklers, as we have an injury. Charles Miles, the big right tackle for the Illini, will be helped off the field. Miles, a senior from Chicago, one of the 2 senior starters, and he is heading out. Was a defensive lineman who swapped over to the other side of the ball this year full-time. Illinois behind Wisconsin, the 2nd best running team in the Big Ten. And number 5 in the backfield now is Rashard Mendenhall. Mendenhall, the sophomore from Skokie, Illinois, had 161 yards last week at Penn State. Derek McPherson now joins them in the backfield as Mendenhall gets the inside handoff, picks up about 3 as Matt Shaughnessy makes the tackle. For Wisconsin, the rest of their defensive lineup, it's almost like a no-name defense. They have 4 good playmakers in the secondary, including 2 first-year starters at corner, and Alan Langford and Jack Ikegwanu, who's really played well.
Just don't give up big plays.
Little play action. Juice, who's got a heck of an arm, pursued, and that's great downfield coverage by the secondary as he picked up 5 yards. Jonathan Casillas, the linebacker, with the stop.
Cam, what they do on defense, Wisconsin, they make you work the field. They have good kickers. The kickoff man is good. The punter, the Bush, is very good. Their defense makes you work the long field. They figure you're going to make a mistake somewhere along the line.
And now on 3rd and 2, E.B. Halsey checks in, the senior from Elizabeth, New Jersey, the running back next to Williams, who has 3 receivers. DeJuan Warren joins in the backfield. Halsey inside, and he lunges forward for the first down. So Halsey, who has had his role diminished somewhat this year with the emergence of Rashard Mendenhall, gets the first down.
Illinois spreading out the defense of Wisconsin all over the football field. Juice Williams in control. He'll look to the sideline, get the play call. After he sees how Wisconsin's lined up, the coaches will call the play from the sideline.
Empty backfield now for Juice Williams, who is a terrific high school player out of Chicago. A great get for Ron Zook and his coaching staff. Derek McPherson, who's a wide receiver but really has a ton of carries on the season. Well, a ton, that's his 5th, but we saw him get a couple last week against Penn State as Casillas helps force him out of bounds. That's a no gain. Ron Zook, now in his 2nd season in charge of the Illini, is only 1-11 against the Big Ten, but boy, they've had a lot of near misses, and he said from day one when he came in, he expected victory, and it's a guy you know really well, Mike, and it's been a frustrating last few weeks for him.
I know him. He's a hard worker. He's turning this program around.
5 straight runs for Illinois, and that is changed as Hudson is thrown to, and Zach Hampton coming up and laying the lick on him as that pass falls incomplete.
Late call by the officials, whether it was a lateral or a pass. Good hit right there. And when you talk about Zach Hampton, the secondary is a veteran group that plays the pass very well.
With a couple of seniors who started the safety positions, and now they're looking at a definite passing situation on 3rd and 10. 5 receivers in for the Illini. Williams rolling away from pressure, and then he has Jeff Cumberland. No, it's incomplete. Looked like he had him just for a second, but Cumberland unable to bring it in. And boy, Illinois has been plagued by drops, and this one looked very catchable.
Looked like it was bobbled as he went out of bounds. Ball right on the money by Juice Williams. Well, I'll tell you what, that's close to a catch.
It's close because the defensive back came in and got a hand on it, but Cumberland appeared to bring it in. But Kyle Yelton now in to punt for the Illini. Zach Hampton waits at his 19. And Yelton, who's been inconsistent, gets a skyscraper that takes a Wisconsin roll, and the Badgers will start around the 30-yard line. Only a 26-yard punt for Yelton. Wisconsin had a good first drive, but it stalled. John Stocco and company getting ready to go at it again.
Pressure. Enemy of engines. pressure? Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic, with adaptive molecules that continually join forces to help conquer pressure. Not just oil, Pennzoil.
There were two options. Change the road or change the SUV. Introducing the Acura MDX with super handling all-wheel drive. Technology takes it to a whole new place. Acura. Advance.
If you haven't discovered the miracle of fusion, it's time you did. Gillette Fusion. Until now, pressure caused irritation. Fusion has 5 blades spaced closer together to reduce pressure, with less irritation and more comfort. Flip Fusion over. A precision trimmer for those tricky places. The comfort of 5 blades, plus the precision of 1. The best shave ever in manual and battery powered. Gillette guarantees it or your money back. Gillette Fusion.
What if success comes all at once? Can we handle our own good fortune? Can we reap what we sow? When demand hits, will we receive it with open arms? Yes, we will.
Dynamic networking from the new AT&T proactively identifies changes in traffic volume and responds in real time, so Kara can turn high demand into big success. The new AT&T. Your world. Delivered.
ESPN2's college football is presented by Pennzoil, not just oil, Pennzoil, and in part by Acura. Acura Advance and new Gillette Fusion, the best shave ever in manual and battery power.
You know, when you think Wisconsin, you think cheese. Wisconsin produces more than 35% of all the cheese made in the United States. 90% of the milk production goes into cheese. There's some fine cheese around here, but none in the press area, which we're used to. We'll see if they have it at halftime and get back to you. P.J. Hill has had all the carries for Wisconsin so far. Jay Lehman making the stop as P.J. only picks up a couple. The Illinois defense has made great strides over last year. They gave up 40 points a game last year. This year down to about 26 points per game. And only one opponent has passed for over 200 yards on this defensive backfield. That was Kellen Lewis for Indiana. So things are indeed looking up. Vontae Davis is a true freshman corner. 16 true freshmen have played for Illinois this year. That's second only to Temple for most in the country. Stocco with time. Oh, what a great grab, but then Swan can't hang on to it momentarily. And it looked like he made a highlight reel grab.
Luke Swan tried to catch this football, stretched out, had good concentration, looked the ball into his hands, just couldn't bring it in when he hit the ground.
Well, Swan, a former walk-on, now an academic All-Big Ten performer, and that brings up another 3rd and long for the Badgers at 3rd and 9. Stocco has only thrown the ball twice. Both have been incomplete. Wisconsin takes a timeout. We will take one as well as John Stocco goes over. He'll talk to offensive coordinator Paul Christ and try to come up with a first down play.
The world is advancing. Faster and faster. Are you in or out? Introducing the all-new 7-passenger Acura MDX. Technology takes it to a whole new place. Acura. Advance.
Hey, thanks for stopping by. You know, I followed your character since the first episode. I'm a big fan. Big fan.
Thank you.
And listen, your storyline, it makes for incredible TV drama. Thing is, your drug use is very adult content. Too adult for the kids. So I'm gonna have to block you.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Well, have a good one.
You're a nice lady.
Man, this thing is smunchy. Smunchy? Soft, melty, crunchy. It's smunchy.
I'm thinking Craffelty. Crunchy, soft, melty.
No, it's more about crunchy, chewy, cheesy. How about crunchy, wheezy? I love you.
Awkward.
I love you.
Taco Bell's Cheesy Gordita Crunch. Warm flatbread covered in 3 melted cheeses, wrapped around a crunchy taco and topped with a zesty pepper jack sauce. For a textural taste sensation, think outside the bun.
The fun begins where the road ends. Introducing the Toyota FJ Cruiser, starting at under $22,000. Toyota, a smart way to keep moving forward.
It is a Halloween weekend, and here in Madison, it gets crazy. Tonight, they're expecting about 70,000 people downtown on State Street to celebrate Halloween and do all sorts of things. It is crazy here, and we'll get crazier as soon as the sun goes down. A lot of the folks have their costumes on early. Not quite sure what that is, but right now we have a 3rd and 9 for Stocco, still trying to complete his first pass, and that's knocked down at the line of scrimmage, ruled incomplete. Antonio Steele, the junior from Cleveland, in with the pressure.
Nothing open for John Stocco. As he sits in the pocket, his offensive line gives him enough time. Nothing there. Hit Andy Kemp in the back with the football.
That's one thing when you have those tall offensive linemen. Kemp at 6'6", getting in the way of the ball. But good job by the Illinois defense as E.B. Halsey waits for the punt on his 32, DeBush's second punt of the day. And Halsey steps out of bounds after he catches it at the 29-yard line. DeBush with a 39-yard punt as we say hello for the first time to Linda Cohn.
Hi, Pam, and welcome to the Nerve Center of College Football. We're over on ESPN right now. Number 2 Michigan taking on a Northwestern team coming off the worst meltdown in Division 1A history when they lost to Michigan State. How would they do against the Wolverines? Well, they had a fumble in their opening drive, and Chad Henne to Adrian Arrington capitalized, giving Michigan the early lead over Northwestern.
All right, thanks, Linda. Tough year for Northwestern in many ways as they try to rebound from the death of Randy Walker, and boy, that meltdown. That's right, Linda. Boy, they blew that huge, was 38-3 lead in the second half to Michigan State. Mendenhall gets greeted big time by Nick Hayden. Hayden's another large guy at 6'5", 311.
Their defensive line, very athletic. They play 2 groups, so they have depth in the defensive line. A no-name defense, though.
Yeah, it is really, and we talked to the defensive coordinator Mike Hankwitz as well as Brett Bielema yesterday, and they really have a hard time coming up with a star. They have a lot of selfless guys, and that's one reason why they're so successful. As Mendenhall is still trying to get himself on track, picks up about 3 on that carry.
I'm going to go to Juice Williams, the quarterback, and what I saw in him last week at Penn State. Very athletic quarterback that can throw the football, but his touch sometimes, he throws the ball hard. He's going to throw it hard whether it's 5-yard pass or a 50-yard pass.
There were 5 drop passes, excuse me, Mike, last week, but not all of them were receivers' faults because he had a lot of zip on the football.
He is going to be a great quarterback in the Big Ten.
Absolutely. Only a true freshman. 3rd and 7 for Juice. Throws it underneath and completes it to E.B. Halsey. And Halsey needed 7, but only picked up 5. Jack Ikaguanu, the sophomore who grew up right here in Madison, said it was always his dream to play for the Badgers, and he's doing just that.
I like Ike. I'll tell you, Ike can play. He may be the best player on this defense.
Yep, he is the shutdown corner for this team and has done a good job against the best wide receivers. He's always matched up against them and has done a good job of shutting them down. Kyle Yelton's second punt, and Zach Hampton wants nothing to do with it. And Again, we mentioned that Yelton has struggled. They are 116th in the nation in net punting. Last week, it was a tough time for Illinois against Penn State. Boy, they won every statistical category, it seemed. And Penn State leading here 10-9 in the third quarter. Paul Puzlesny, the best linebacker perhaps in the country, makes the big strip. Tony Davis picks it up and scores, and then this was your ball game as Dan Connor gets juice in the end zone for the safety. So Penn State wins it 26-12, but Illinois really outgaining them by just about double. And another tough loss for the Illini. Stocco with time, and that one is almost picked off. Andy Crooks, his tight end, but Justin Harrison, number 32, came in and had a play on it.
Yeah, Justin Harrison could have picked this ball off. Broke late, but he reached John Stocco all the way trying to get the ball backside. He could have intercepted that football with an earlier break.
Boy, and Stocco, coach, is off to a very slow start. He is 0 for 4. This is a guy second in the Big Ten in pass efficiency, completing 52% of his passes on the year, but he's 0 for 4. Second and 10. They go back to P.J. Hill, and he goes down. Britt Miller with the stop. Let's go down to the field and Jimmy Dykes.
John Stocco told me before the ball game that at least 1/3 of the time, the play that's being signaled in from the sideline is actually 2 plays being called. You see the 2 backup quarterbacks and a graduate assistant, Aaron Mack. All 3 of those guys are signaling in the plays. Only one of them is the real play. The other 2 are dummies. He wouldn't tell me which one is the real play call, but it's important that the trust factor from the Wisconsin sidelines that they put on their senior quarterback. 2 call plays comes in. He reads the defense a lot of times, checks off, and he's done a magnificent job so far this year with that, according to Brett Bielema.
At his 34th straight start, he has been in charge of this offense, and Stocco gets it picked off. Stocco throws the interception, and Trayvon Bellamy, the true freshman, puts Illinois on top. So Stocco, for all the accolades and all the consistency he's had this year, has thrown a couple of bad balls, and that one really hurts.
Yeah, he threw this into heavy coverage. Bellamy was sitting on the wide receiver. John Stocco did not throw this ball well. Threw it right in the hands of Bellamy.
Bellamy, a true freshman from Greenbelt, Maryland. And Illinois strikes first. A 41-yard interception return for a touchdown for Bellamy. Jason Rita, who's become a very consistent kicker for the Illini, makes it 7-0 Illinois.
John Stocco, after he threw this interception, tried to take off and make a play and got belted. But I think, Pam, when you talked to Brett Bielema the other day and you said to him, you know, you guys are 1 loss and now you're starting to get noticed in the rankings. I got the feeling he was worried about that. He was worried about his football team. What happens outside the building, a football building, when they go to class and they hear people say how good you are, and that's what he was worried about. He's in an ambush right now. Illinois is getting better every week.
Yes, we saw them second week of the season against Rutgers, and they were close to dreadful, and now they are in every game they play. And Stocco has had a dreadful start. 0 for 5 with a 1 interception. Wisconsin's only loss on the season came to mighty Michigan about 5 weeks ago as that kickoff goes out of bounds, and Wisconsin can start now from the 35 as we get another update from Linda Cohn.
Okay, Pam, you know, we showed you Northwestern earlier. How about on the other end, Michigan State off to a good start against Indiana. Drew Stanton to Devin Thomas, and Thomas breaks a few tackles, and he is gone. 38-yard touchdowns for him. Elsewhere on this busy afternoon in college football, Notre Dame with the early lead on Navy. Remember, the Fighting Irish have beaten Navy 42 straight times, longest consecutive uninterrupted streak, and Missouri with the lead on Oklahoma.
All right, Linda. Linda will be checking in all day, keeping us up to date on everything that's going on.
Pam, the kicking game is eventually going to hurt Illinois. You can't kick the ball out of bounds. You can't short punt the punts that they're making right now. Eventually, Wisconsin's going to get real good field position.
And this isn't bad right now as they start from the 35. P.J. Hill, on the left side of the offensive line that time. as Doug Pilcher makes the stop. Now, Stocko has been very imperfect today, but he was just about perfect in this game against Indiana earlier this season on September 30th. They won 52-17, and Stocko playing 3 quarters, 3 touchdown passes, and only a couple of incompletions, 304 passing yards, and a school record for pass efficiency. And today he's going the other way, and now P.J. Hill is down on the field for the Badgers. Boy, this is just a rotten start for them.
Talked about Stocko, and he has got to be able to throw the football and loosen up this Illinois defense because they're playing run on P.J. Hill.
P.J. Hill not getting up. Let's take a look at the tackle. Pilcher making the stop. Britt Miller also hit him early. And PJ so important. He leads the Big Ten in rushing, all-purpose yards, and scoring.
Looked like he came down on his hip. So maybe a hip pointer. Looks like he hit that in his neck.
Pilcher landing on him. Pilcher 6'5", 260. PJ's about 242. And a huge cause of concern, obviously, for the Badgers. His backup, Daiwan Rowan, coming into this game, had only 30 carries compared to 202 for PJ. So as PJ Hill is looked at, we will step aside as they are now helping him up to his feet. We'll be back.
I love this place. This is home. After graduation, I moved back here. Connecting with people in the community was very important. My degree from University of Wisconsin-Madison enabled me to be a pharmacist and participate in community affairs. Every person who comes out of that university is going to affect hundreds of other lives in the community and in the world.
That's a great sight as P.J. Hill was able to get up and walk off under his own power. Lance Smith, number 5, a true freshman from Warren, Ohio, now replaces P.J. in the backfield. 2nd and 7 for the Badgers, and that's not a pretty handoff as there was some contact. Antonio Steele makes a stop on Smith, who lost a shoe, and he loses a yard.
He kicked the shoe off, and Steele was right there unblocked. That's why I say, when you look at what Illinois is doing on defense right now, you have to throw the football.
Boy, Smith almost ran into Stocko on that handoff, and now Rowan comes in, number 21, to spell Smith in the backfield on a 3rd and 8. And Stocko still has not completed a pass as that one is almost intercepted. Travis Beckham had it flick off of his hands. Alan Ball had a chance, and Stocko still has not completed a pass.
I think Alan Ball had a chance, but Harrison and he had collided. Here's the pass by John Stocko off the top of the hands of Beckham. Here's Illinois has a sure interception, but Ball and Harrison ran together.
Well, Harrison had a beat on it. Ball came in, and that one was floated high to Beckham. Stocko now 0 for 6 through the air. DeBush gets the low snap, but still gets it off. Evie Halsey has it go right between his legs, and the question is, did it hit him? It's picked up and taken into the end zone.
They're going to give Wisconsin the ball.
It's a muff, so you can't advance it. That's Levy, who was able to pick it up, DeAndre Levy.
Halsey's arguing his point. He's saying it didn't touch me.
Levy with a fumble recovery.
The previous play is being reviewed. The ruling on the field is we had a touch by the receiving team and then picked up by the kicking team. The ball's dead at the spot of possession.
All right, this is one reason why we have replay. They'll take a look up at it upstairs as we will take a look and see if indeed the ball did hit.
A low kick and the wind affected this kick. I don't think it hit him.
Somehow it was able to, it did miss. It missed Halsey's legs.
See again. Well, it's real close.
Oh. Big ruling, obviously, coming up here for Illinois. As if the play stands, Wisconsin will have it first down at the 12.
On that reverse angle, it may have hit his leg, may have just skimmed his leg, left leg. See, on this side, it looks like it came through clear and didn't hit him, but on the back side, it looked like the other angle, it may have brushed his left leg.
Or maybe his right foot coming down, no?
Here we go.
And,
Well,
and
I tell you,
remember,
that's a tough one,
and it has to be overturned. It has to be conclusive evidence. Here we
After
go.
review, we have video evidence that the play on the field stands correct as called. It was touched by the receiving team and then possessed by the kicking team. First down at the 13-yard line.
The review people have better eyes than I have. Left leg may have hit his left leg, so the call stands, and Wisconsin gets a break by Illinois' kicking team again. Special teams has been poor for Illinois.
And Wisconsin has 2 first downs on the day, but none in their last 3 drives. But John Stockel and company sitting pretty now with a first down officially marked at the 12-yard line. Smith is in the backfield and gets it. And Lance Smith got a touchdown last week against Purdue, picks up 2. P.J. Hill continues to sit it out on the sidelines. They were massaging the back of his neck after he took a hit on a carry. P.J. just 38 yards on 9 carries this afternoon.
He says he's all right. He just told somebody, I'll be back in there fast.
Big kind of guy you'd like around the goal line. But they continue with Smith in the backfield. Crooks, who's been lining up a lot as a fullback, even though he's officially a tight end, is indeed the fullback. They go back to Smith, getting around the left side. Vontae Davis, number 1, able to contort his body and come up with a nifty tackle.
Vontae Davis, a freshman corner. You see this defense, Vince O'Crew, the coordinator, has made this defense respectable, and they're playing hard. Vontae Davis, a freshman.
A true freshman. He had a good game against Penn State last week with 4 solo tackles, also broke up a pass. And that nice tackle makes it 3rd and 6. They can get inside the 3 to get a first down. Rolling in the backfield, but Stocko's looking up top and is looking towards Crooks. And Crooks makes the stop, but he is short of the first down. So as the first quarter comes to a close, Wisconsin is looking at a 4th and short. Brett Bielema, the first-year head coach, will ponder his options as we head to break. Illinois has scored. Trayvon Bellamy with a 41-yard interception return for a touchdown, but Wisconsin is close.
On ESPN returns Wednesday with a doubleheader. Coverage begins at 7.
There were 2 options. Change the road or change the SUV. Introducing the Acura MDX with super handling all-wheel drive. Technology takes it to a whole new place. Acura. Advance.
You guys have to try. Friday nights with my best friends. We just have one rule. Everyone orders something different.
Better than good. Try Olive Garden's new chicken Roma, layered with Italian cheeses and fresh Roma tomatoes. Or try our new Asiago chicken at Olive Garden.
It's time to play Take on Orbitz. This week's winner is you. That's right, you.
Orbitz Passport to Savings. Save $200 on qualifying trips to any international destination. Only when you Orbitz and go.
And don't forget your toothbrush.
You are black, even a little dandruff shows.
That's why more people are switching from ordinary dandruff shampoo to Selsun Blue. Doctor recommended for flakes and itch. With aloe and moisturizers for healthier hair and scalp. Make the switch.
Never wear black without the blue. Selsun Blue.
Wield their powers. Feel their fury. Fight for justice. When the world needs heroes, no one else is in their league. Justice League Heroes. Rated Teen.
The last sound you hear before you step on the field. Click, clack.
I think the hero's coming.
Click, clack. Click, clack. Click, clack.
I think the hero's coming.
Sam Adams Boston Lager is not a beginner's beer.
Boston Lager tastes rich, complex. It's not watered down.
We use a pound of hops per barrel for Boston Lager.
I can't even drink domestic beers anymore.
Sam Adams is a domestic beer.
Oh, you know what I mean.
Mortal Kombat! Every warrior has been summoned for one final battle. Mortal Kombat Armageddon. Rated mature. Mortal Kombat Unchained available on PlayStation Portable.
Trayvon Bellamy, number 31, with that interception return for a touchdown that has given Illinois a 7-0 lead over Wisconsin. We start the second quarter. Wisconsin will kick on a 4th and short 2 from inside the 10. Taylor Melhoff, the junior from Aberdeen, South Dakota, attempting a 21-yard field goal. And Melhoff able to knock it through, but that's a pretty good stop there for Illinois.
That's a great job by the Illinois defense to hold after the turnover, to hold Wisconsin to 3 points. That's a win. Vince O'Cruz group and Tom Sims, the defensive line coach, has those defensive linemen playing hard. That defense has really improved.
All right, let's head down to the field now for the word on P.J. Hill from Jimmy Dykes.
Well, Pam, it appears to be good news for Wisconsin. The training staff surrounded P.J. Hill for about 5 or 6 minutes. They did all the resistance tests on him, all the pressure tests on his arm strength and his neck. He continues to move it around, but they've given him the okay. The official word is he's very probable to go back into this football game. You see him continuing to kind of work that head from back and forth. Appears to be pretty sore, but they've given him the okay.
All right, that's terrific news for P.J. Scored at least 1 touchdown in every game this season, and remarkably, P.J., who comes from East Elmhurst, New York, other than Wisconsin, really the only other 2 schools that were on him big time were Syracuse and Buffalo.
Wow. And he rode a train to school 3 hours every day, 3 hours back, so he knows perseverance. So he's going to try to get back in this football game.
Well, and everybody we've talked to, they talk about how he's got a good head on his shoulders. He's a good kid. John Stocco, his quarterback, really likes him. Broke his leg last year, so he redshirted, did not back up the very talented Brian Calhoun, and we expect to see him the next time Wisconsin gets the ball. But now down 7-3, E.B. Halsey would be well served to sit down in the end zone, and he does just that as we get you back to Linda Cohn.
Pam, this update is presented by Taco Bell. The 7-1 Auburn Tigers and their 6th-ranked defense in the nation just allowed a big TD to Ole Miss, and this was nice. Capped an 80-yard drive. Nico McSwain goes 27 yards on the end around. The first TD for McSwain this year gives Ole Miss the 7-0 lead over 7th-ranked Auburn.
Ole Miss, boy, that would be a huge win, obviously, for Ole Miss. Their coach down there at Mississippi,
Ed
Orgeron, getting in a little bit of hot water with the folks. Oh, my goodness. As they long for the David Cutcliffe days. It's 1st and 10 here, the Illini with a 7-3 lead. And Juice Williams going to pitch it. They do run the option to Ron Warren, who is really a triple threat for them, picks up 5 yards. Coming up today, more college football at 3:30 Eastern on ABC. Most of you will see Minnesota head to the Horseshoe to take on #1 Ohio State with Troy Smith. Others get Miami and Georgia Tech in a big ACC Coastal Division matchup. And others also Nebraska or Oklahoma. Check your local listings for the game in your area. Saturday, that's today on ABC. College football lives here. 2nd and 5 now for the Illini. Very quiet Camp Randall Stadium. In on the blitz, Williams is able to initially avoid Mark Zalewski, but finally is brought down.
Mark Zalewski, a linebacker, the captain of the defense, on a blitz, doesn't wrap up, but not under control. Comes back and makes the tackle on the juice.
Zalewski, the third-year starter, the two-time team captain, very respected football player. Got his 200th career tackle last week in the win against Purdue. Now the crowd's starting to get a little noisy as Illinois faces a 3rd and 5. Pierre Thomas is the running back. And Williams running away from pressure and looking for Kyle Hudson, and he gets him. Alan Langford on Hudson, but Hudson gets 9 yards and the first down. And there we see the unique talents of Isaiah Juice Williams.
That's what he can do, Pam. He can move out of the pocket. He can keep the play alive. This play, most quarterbacks are going down right here. He can keep it alive and wait till a receiver gets open and make a bad play into a good play.
Williams with that completion. And you see they're only 42.7% completion as the direct snap to Derek McPherson as they line McPherson up, and McPherson picks up 7. Now Illinois, we mentioned earlier in the game, has had some problems with drops this year, but Jimmy Dykes might have the solution.
Well, they had 5 drops last week. They've had 25 on the year. So as a result, they do a lot of different drills during the week. One of them is to tape up a helmet to give a small vision sight, and then they catch tennis balls. Hudson, matter of fact, is the guy that does it every day. It's starting to pay off. Ron Zook says if the taped up helmet doesn't work, recruit, recruit, recruit is the other answer.
That's the best Jimmy Dykes has ever looked.
We can barely see Jimmy under that helmet as they're trying to remedy the drops. Williams just gets it off to McPherson, and McPherson is off to the races. Casillas gets behind him as McPherson trips up inside the 10-yard line.
Again, another play by Juice Williams, keeping the play alive. Jason Chapman chasing him, goes back to throw. Now he scrambles. Now he finds an open McPherson. Big play. Now, last week, Illinois settled for field goals. They have got to, if they want to pull off this upset, they have to get touchdowns, not field goals.
That was a 52-yard play and a terrific job by Williams to get away from Chapman, and McPherson showed you his speed. So it's now 1st and goal from the 7. And Williams tackled down after about a 3-yard gain. Mark Zalewski already has 4 tackles on the afternoon.
Juice Williams gets a hit here. Now when your quarterback's a runner too, he's going to take some hits. Zalewski really levels him right there around the 5-yard line, 4-yard line. Juice Williams, you like a running quarterback down here. You like the option play.
Now on 2nd and goal, Pierre Thomas is the tailback. Russ Wild, the fullback, behind Williams. Wisconsin bringing the blitz. Williams on the pitch. Pierre Thomas falls down. Nobody touched him as he appeared to be heading towards the end zone.
They had the touchdown on the option play because the option's tough on goal line defense because all of a sudden you got to play assignment. Pierre Thomas just falls down. That's, again, a young football team that's lost, finds ways to make mistakes.
Thomas's first rush of the game. Boy, Russ Wild, the fullback, had a very good block to free him up. But now it's 3rd and goal from the 2. zip on the ball, and Thomas, almost like a self-defense, self-preservation move, catches the ball in front of his face for the touchdown.
Pierre Thomas, all of a sudden that ball's coming at a velocity that's fast, and he made the catch. Juice Williams finding the open receiver.
That's a great job by Pierre, his 10th catch of the season, and Illinois finally gets itself an offensive touchdown. They had none last week against Penn State as they had to settle for 4 field goals. And now Jason Rita makes it a 14-3 game. Pierre Thomas, he must have looked like he had that Jimmy Dykes helmet on when this ball coming at him.
Well, they practiced all week with that helmet, so it worked.
Shearing, enemy of engines. Enemy of shearing, Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic with adaptive molecules that continually separate and reform to help conquer the forces that can tear oil molecules apart. Not just oil, Pennzoil.
Man, this thing is smunchy.
Smunchy?
Soft, melty, crunchy. It's smunchy.
I'm thinking Craffelty. Crunchy, soft, melty.
No, it's more of a crunchy, chewy, cheesy. Crunch-chewy.
Nice.
I know. Knuckle me. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I'll just...
Taco Bell's Cheesy Gordita Crunch. Warm flatbread covered in 3 melted cheeses, wrapped around a crunchy taco and topped with a zesty pepper jack sauce. It's a textural taste sensation. To get crunchy, chewy, and cheesy, think outside the bun.
Sometimes just getting to retirement seems impossible. That's where we come in. As the nation's 401k leader, the Principal offers many simple ways to plan for retirement, making it easier for you to get where you're going. The Principal Financial Group will give you an edge.
It is Halloween weekend. There's a Viking and a Packer in the same shot as the folks here down on State Street. Oscar the Grouch, they're all getting ready for what is going to be a wild night. Now, Mike Godfrey can't get out tonight. He's staying in Madison, and I think this is why you're staying. You can fess up. You're going to Freak Fest.
I'm going as a football analyst.
Brett Bielema trying to be the head coach of a top 25 team. Wisconsin down 14-3 to Illinois. Jarvis Minton breaking away, and Minton with a nice return gets it back to the 30-yard line or so as we get you back to Linda Cohn.
All right, Pam, the only meeting involving ranked schools against each other today on ABC. Number 19, Oklahoma against number 23, Missouri, and Oklahoma gets on top thanks to Paul Thompson. And what about Notre Dame? Brady Quinn goes right to work, but you're going to love this sweet catch by David Grimes. First ever touchdown catch of his career. Brady Quinn, his 19th touchdown pass of the season. It's 10-0 as Notre Dame looks to continue its dominance over Navy.
So Notre Dame off to a good start, and we have a good sighting here as P.J. Hill is back in the backfield after taking a hard hit. And that's a hard hit as Stocco loses the football. Chris Norwell came in and blasted him, and David Lindquist picks it up for the Illini. Wow.
Vince O'Crew and Tom Sims, the defensive line coach, told me before the ball game he thought his defensive line would play well. Chris Norwell comes through unblocked. They missed him. Craig Urbig missed him. He makes the
taking
hit.
a hard hit, and that's a hard hit as Stocco loses. And And David Lindquist picks it up. Lindquist leading the Big Ten now with 4 fumble recoveries on the day. And this Illinois defense has been terrific.
I go back to what Illinois needs to do. Needs to score touchdowns, not field goals, get distance away from Wisconsin.
And they did that earlier in their last drive as Juice Williams runs away from trouble again. I tell you, that Jason Chapman's going to keep seeing number 7 in his sleep tonight, running away from him. That's an 8-yard gain for Juice.
Isaiah Williams, Juice Williams, continues to make plays. He's so fast and elusive. High school freshman quarterback this year. High school played in the Chicago Public League. Not used to these kind of crowds, but getting used to them. He's playing more at ease in this football game than he did last week against Penn State.
He's now making his 6th straight start, taking over for senior Tim Bracek, as he adds so much more, many more dimensions to this offense. And this time, thinks about the pitch, but instead hangs on to it and gets a tough couple of yards, just short of the first down. Boy, and sometimes numbers don't tell the story in this game, and it was especially true last week. And this is the anomaly in college football, where when you're sacked, it takes away from your rushing statistics. He had 49 yards on 13 rushes, but because he was sacked 6 times, he only ends up with 5 yards.
Yeah, 19 carries for 5 yards. That's misleading.
In the pros, it comes out of your passing stats, and they try to get a little bit of a push. And close to the first down. The yellow line marking where the first down is, and they got it according to where the linesman is standing. And that touchdown pass, by the way, that Juice Williams threw, to Thomas, is only the 3rd touchdown that Wisconsin has given up all year through the air. They gave up 2 to Mario Manningham, the Michigan game, and that's it until Thomas caught 1 here.
And remember what we talked about. We talked about Wisconsin being a kind of a defense doesn't give up big plays. Only 5 runs of over 20 yards and 2 touchdown passes coming into this game. But Illinois has already had a bunch of big plays against this defense,
including that 52-yard catch and run by Derek McPherson that set up the first touchdown. We join you from Camp Randall Stadium in Madison, and Wisconsin at number 17 in the country being upset by Illinois, down 14-3. John Stocco has been bad, 1 for 7 and an interception that was turned into a touchdown. And right now, Illinois has a 1st and 10 from the 14. Juice Williams, the true freshman quarterback. On the quarterback draw, takes it close to the 5-yard line. 9 more yards for Juice before Joe Monty stops it.
Well blocked by the offensive line. Set the quarterback draw. Well, Juice Williams got the snap. All of a sudden, you see the offensive line do a good job of blocking right here against the defense of Wisconsin. When you have a defense spread out like that, you only have 1 linebacker in there. You have 5 offensive linemen and fullback blocking Pierre Thomas.
Juice already with 31 rush yards on the day. And going the other way is Pierre Thomas. And Thomas gets down inside the 1-yard line.
It happens to you, Pam. Your coaches keep preaching that if you continue to play and don't make mistakes, you're going to get better. And what Illinois players has bought into what Ron Zook's talked about and all the coaches, they're playing with confidence now. They're playing a different game of football. They're playing that they think they can win the football game. Now, last week against Penn State, they came up short. But right now, they believe they can beat Wisconsin.
Right now, they got to believe in a 1st and goal from the 1-yard line. And Juice takes it himself and is stacked up. He does not get into the end zone. Matt Shaughnessy, the sophomore from Norwich, Connecticut, stops him for no gain.
And Wisconsin right now, defensively, they have to have a goal line stand here. They make a good tackle. Shaughnessy on the play right here. Shaughnessy makes the hit on Juice Williams. But that's why Illinois is so tough down here, because they can spread you out. They can run the option. They can run the power. They can run Pierre Thomas right at you.
He's lined up in the backfield again on 2nd and goal. Williams can do so much himself, and this time he gets about as close to the goal line as you can get without scoring. So it will be 3rd and goal coming up for the Illini.
He fumbled the ball here. I believe he fumbled the snap. I believe he was going to hand off to Pierre Thomas, but he fumbles the snap. Just gets it back, does the wise thing, doesn't lose yardage, heads forward.
Boy, that was a good play, almost disaster for Illinois. And now it is 3rd and goal. And they give it to Pierre Thomas, and Thomas has his 2nd touchdown of the game, and Illinois now leads by 17 over the Badgers.
Came to the line of scrimmage quick, and on a quick snap got Pierre Thomas.
That is the first rushing touchdown in 13 quarters for Illinois.
Wisconsin fans, football team, coaches in shock.
Stunned. Rita to make it 21-3. And the Wisconsin Badgers coming in 7-1 on the year, 17th in the nation. Only Michigan has beaten them. And now the fans are saying, what? We're losing to Illinois. But they are big, 21-3.
Saturday, nothing to complain about unless you're working, in which case we hope you're complaining. It's college football day, so that should tide you over. Then try to get home and throw the football around with your friends' kids, your friends' kids' friends. Then rest up, because there's only 2 days till Tom Brady faces Brad Johnson as the Patriots battle the Vikings at 8:30. 2 days until ESPN Monday Night Football. Now that alone is a reason to smile, even if you're working.
You feeling better?
I'm getting there. But I do feel good that we have Aflac.
Glad I asked about it at work.
I'm glad it's helping pay the bills.
Electric bill, house payments, even Michelle's education. Helps with just about any bills our health insurance doesn't cover.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Enjoying Guinness Draft in a sports bar is a great idea.
Yes, and I've taken the liberty of ordering us some hot wings.
Hot wings? Brilliant! That wasn't too bad.
Please enjoy Guinness Draft responsibly.
ESPN2's College Football, brought to you by Aflac. Ask about it at work. ESPN Game Plan, maximum college football. To order, call your pay-per-view provider or log on to ESPN.com, search Game Plan. And Gatorade Thirst Quencher. Gatorade, is it in you?
Halloween weekend, and nothing scarier for Wisconsin now than being down 21-3 to Illinois. As we take a look at the Sonic scoring drive, it only went 24 yards, 8 plays. Here, Thomas with his 2nd touchdown of the day, and it was all set up with a sack and a fumble by that guy, Chris Norwell. And now Wisconsin has 2 players, including Tyler Holland and Jarvis Mitten. They run into each other, and that kind of says it all as we go back to Linda Cohn.
Well, Pam, Auburn has tied it up against Ole Miss. That's right. You knew Brandon Cox could not be denied. He hooks up with Rod Smith, 13-yard touchdown pass, 19th touchdown pass of the year for Cox. Tigers need a win to keep hope alive for that SEC West title.
With his 3rd touchdown.
Thank you, Linda. As we have this upset brewing here, Wisconsin now only running its 3rd play of the quarter. They had the 21-yard field goal by Melhoff and then the sack and the forced fumble. that set up Illinois' last touchdown. Stocko hangs on to it, and Norwell able to grab him around the ankles as we head down to Jimmy Dykes.
The Badger football team is struggling a little bit. The basketball team, though, Alondo Tucker, preseason All-American, Wisconsin ranked in the top 10 preseason for the first time ever. Alondo, a lot of clubs right now are looking at Ohio State feeling like, let's just give them the trophy in the Big Ten. You don't feel that way. Why is that?
Oh, man, under Coach Ryan here in Wisconsin, you can never give anything up. We're going to be tough. They're young. They have a lot of talent, but, you know, we have experience and talent this year.
Alondo, you're a kid that not only leads on the basketball floor, but you're involved in this campus with a lot of organizations, the NCAA Leadership Committee. Why is that important to you?
It's just to show that you're more than an athlete here. You have to be involved. This atmosphere is great, and I came here and learned that there's much more opportunities available here than just the basketball field, so the basketball court. So I just try to take advantage of all that.
All right, we've had a drop pass while you and I have been talking, but tell me right now your evaluation of this Wisconsin football team early in this game.
We have to pick our energy up. Right now we're struggling on the defensive end, and I think that's affecting our offense. We have to buy our offense some time, out there. And I just think we have to pick our energy level up.
You need to be a coach someday, man.
Oh, man, I'll talk to Coach Malima.
Okay. Hey, thanks for joining us.
Oh, thank you.
Boy, thanks, Jimmy. And I think he hit it right on the head, didn't he? Right there. Wisconsin playing uninspired football, and Illinois out to a 21-3 lead. Paul Hubbard with that drop that Jimmy referenced. And finally, a first down as Travis Beckham with second and third effort picks up 14 yards. That's their first down in 20 minutes of play.
Damn, that was big to get a first down. Travis Beckham is the key receiver for John Stocko. Goes to him, gets the first down. This is an important drive for Wisconsin to get up points on the board. I was thinking about basketball when Jimmy Dykes was doing that. John Erickson, great basketball coach, beat Ohio State 1962. Jerry Lucas, Havlicek in this building right in the end zone.
And to our right, as Lance Smith gets the first down carry, picks up about one as Josh Norris makes the stop. And there's your preview. Bo Ryan has done a fabulous job since he took over here, and look at that. They are in the top 10 in the ESPN USA Today poll. Some rankings have him as high as number 4.
Yeah, people have told me about Bo Ryan. They say he is a really good basketball coach. They have a beautiful building here to play in.
Now they play over at the Kohl Center, but this old field house to our right is just a great old basketball gym. It's just great to look at when you're doing a football game. 2nd and 9 now for the Badgers, who trail 21-3 to Illinois. Stocko, Beckham, they hook up again, and Beckham is able to get some extra yards after the catch before Justin Harrison makes the stop. But Beckham with a 32-yard gain.
And Stocko really takes a hit. Illinois is punishing John Stocko, the quarterback. They're getting to him, hitting him on every play. Britt Miller hits him on this play. This is an important drive for Wisconsin to put points on the board. Here's Britt Miller taking Stocko down.
Good look at Miller, the sophomore from Decatur, Illinois. Actually was a high school quarterback and is part of that linebacking crew for the Illini. But finally, since the first drive of the game, Wisconsin has done nothing, and now they've already gone 53 yards on this drive. And Lance Smith, the true freshman, takes it in close to another first down. Alan Ball with a stop as we go back to Linda Cohn.
Navy showing some fight against Notre Dame. They go to the end around here. Jason Tomlinson, the star here, gets it 26 yards deep into Notre Dame territory. But then the quarterback for Navy, you know his name. It's a household name. Kaipo Noah Kuheaku Inhada with a keeper. Yeah, but Notre Dame has since punched it in to stretch the lead. We'll have that update when we come back.
Thank you, Linda. Notre Dame and Navy taking on each other in Baltimore. The Navy playing down the road a little bit. They're based in Annapolis, Maryland. And, boy, the Badgers got it going now. This is the 7th play of this drive that already has carried 63 yards. Stocko completes it. Andy Crooks able to hang on to it. Lost the ball, but he had already gone out of bounds. Justin Sanders with the stop. As Crooks, another big tight end, gets about 9.
But Bill Renmeister, the fullback's hurt, so all of a sudden you have to move a tight end back to play fullback. Andy Crooks is filling that role.
Renmeister has been not playing much at all, bothered by a shoulder stinger. Crooks, like Beckham, both moved over from the defensive side of the ball over to the tight end spot, but Crooks looks like a fullback at 6'3", 258, and as you see, catches the ball well out of the end zone.
Lance Smith has got to get hot for Wisconsin with P.J. Hill down. Lance Smith has speed, he has power, he has got to be the guy that takes over this offense in the running game.
As they measure for the first down, and they're about a football length short. Here's our Aflac trivia question. As we look towards P.J. Hill, who was the last freshman running back to be named first team All Big Ten? Hill right now a redshirt freshman leading the Big Ten in running, and we want to know who was the last freshman to make first team All Big Ten. We'll let everybody, including Mike Godfrey, ponder that. P.J., in case you're just joining us, went out for a series as he took a hard tackle and they massaged his neck. He's been back playing as they're going to review the last play to see catch or placement as they'll take a look at it upstairs.
Lost the ball as he was going out of bounds. Andy Crooks makes the catch, runs with it, stripped. That's a catch.
I think they're looking to see the spot of the ball to see if indeed it was a first down or where exactly they should spot it. There's no doubt that was a catch as he lost the ball going down. Justin Sanders getting his hand in there. This Wisconsin team down 21-3. Wisconsin team whose bread and butter has been on the ground this year. They have a lot of very inexperienced wide receivers. They lost some great ones from last year. Brandon Williams, Brandon White, Jonathan Orr. And John Stocko's been working with a whole new crew of receivers, and you wonder about their comeback ability with the passing game that they have.
Well, you're so right. Paul Hubbard has to step up. He's a wide receiver, 6'4".
The ball was fumbled at the 4.5-yard line. It will remain second down.
Okay, so the spot remains the same. So they moved it back a little bit. So instead of about a length of a football, it's now more like a full yard away. But yeah, Paul Hubbard, we saw, he's already dropped one ball today, and that's been a problem with him all season. Just up and down. In fact, Travis Beckham, the tight end, has become by far John Stocko's favorite target and certainly his most reliable target. 2nd and 1 for the Badgers. On the 4, they get it to the 3, they get a 1st and goal. Smith is the tailback, and he gets the first down, but is bodied down by Kevin Mitchell. It should be 1st and goal here for the Badgers.
That's what Lance Smith has to do. He has to run hard inside because yards are tough to come by. Illinois playing good run defense. Lance Smith is the man of the hour right now for Wisconsin.
He is the 2nd leading rusher this year, and you have to wonder when you're down close to the goal line. PJ not 100% because he's a load. He weighs about 50 pounds more than Smith and has 14 touchdowns, and Smith remains the tailback. 1st and goal from the 2, and Smith trying to use his speed, does so, gets close to the corner, and will be marked right outside, just around inside the 1-yard line.
Good tackle by Josh Norris. He's 5'11". Amongst all those giants, a defensive tackle, 5'11", reaches out and makes that hit on Lance Smith.
Boy, just the fact that he could catch up to him is a good job. As you mentioned, 5'11", 270, former walk-on, and a smart guy. He's a chemistry major. 2nd and goal from the 1. Smith again, this time tries to leap for the end zone and is stopped short. So a 3rd and goal coming up.
Goal line defense, what you want to do if you're Illinois, get penetration. Get to the back before it can hurdle over the goal line. Lance Smith waits a little too long to go airborne.
So now Brett Bielema's squad, 3rd and goal from inside the 1. As Illinois tries to come up with a huge stop on defense.
The ball rolled. The wind took the ball.
John Stocco says, give me a break on the play clock because the ball was rolled and had to be respotted. Minute 47 left to go in the first half. Illinois shockingly up 21-3. A couple of big turnovers setting up. In fact, one directly was an interception return for a touchdown, as this is the 11th play of this drive. Smith again this time gets a nice hole and walks into the end zone, and Wisconsin finally scores its first touchdown of the game. Lance Smith's 3rd touchdown of the season. And Wisconsin really needed that drive. They go 76 yards on 11 plays without P.J. Hill. With the extra point, and Wisconsin, with its best drive since its opening drive, coming up with the touchdown. Lance Smith, the true freshman, goes in for 6. Wisconsin still down 11.
Strawberry cheesecake shake is amazing.
I love the real strawberries and the pie crust bits.
I think I'll put a little something on my blog about this. All my fans are going to be very interested in my experience of having this shake.
You mean your mom?
Well, yeah, she's one of the readers.
I think she's the reader.
Well, no, she promised to tell her neighbor about it, so.
Oh, your mom's neighbor.
Yeah.
Strawberry Cheesecake Shake, new at Sonic. The classic taste of rich cheesecake and real strawberries blended in a cup. And now swipe your credit or My Sonic card from your car.
It's a new NBA, a new generation of players who are driven by one thing, the desire to win. The NBA on ESPN returns with a doubleheader of playoff rematches. The Wizards and Cavaliers revive last year's dramatic shootout. Then the Clippers look for revenge against the Suns. The NBA on ESPN returns Wednesday. Wizards, Cavaliers, and Clippers, Suns. Coverage begins at 7.
Talk about having it all. The All the Best package from Time Warner Cable. 3 great services, 1 great savings. Digital cable plus DVR. Roadrunner high-speed online. And digital phone service with unlimited calling. Even if you've already got one, get all the best and save. Save hundreds with Time Warner Cable's All the Best DVR package. Call 1-866-321-CABLE.
Even healthy needs a plan. Introducing Aqua from Blue Shield of Northeastern New York. The low-cost health plan you control, paying only for the services you really need, with a $250 allowance for gym memberships, acupuncture, or massage therapy. Ask your employer today about Aqua.
There's Batman's trusty ward, Robin, watching the game, and maybe they could use a superhero here for Wisconsin as everybody's getting ready for Halloween here in Madison, and Wisconsin without P.J. Hill on that last drive, able to go 76 yards on 11 plays. Lance Smith bringing it in for the touchdown, but they still lead Illinois 21-10, and the Illini will get the ball one more time with 1:44 left to go in the half. Halsey gets it at his 3 and takes it up close to the 30-yard line as we head back now to Linda Cohn.
I keep my promises, Pam. I told you Notre Dame punched it in. Here's how they did it. Travis Thomas from 15 yards away makes it a 17-7 game against Navy. Remember, 3 of Notre Dame's last 5 regular season games are against the Service Academy. Still to play, Air Force and Army.
They still got USC, too, as this Notre Dame team escaping against UCLA last week. And up on Navy in Baltimore, Rashard Mendenhall. He's been hemmed in today, picks up a couple.
Illinois has 3 timeouts left.
And we'll see how Ron Zook plays this as we revisit our Aflac trivia question. We want to know who's the last freshman running back to be named first team All Big Ten. And the duck tells us, I'm going Ron Dane.
Okay, that's a good
what do you
pick.
got?
Ron Dane.
All right. Oh, Mike Hart at Michigan only 2 short years ago. We're thinking old school. As Mike Hart having another spectacular year for Michigan. P.J. Hill leading the Big Ten in rushing, but we have not seen him much today. In fact, only 9 carries for 38 yards. He got a hard hit back in the first quarter, has played sparingly ever since. And he has just been a tremendous redshirt freshman for the Badgers.
Ron Zook's got 2 timeouts left. Use one here, but I'd be very cautious right here. What I did, maybe a screen, maybe a draw, see what I pick up, let this clock run out. Don't want to make a mistake here. You played well in the first half. Have control of this football game.
But the last thing you want to do, give up that turnover that could lead to Wisconsin points before the half. That's been the kind of thing that's been happening, though, to Illinois all season long. They lost a couple of games on last-second field goals and then lost to Penn State last week in a game they dominated statistically. Pierre Thomas's turn, as they are playing it rather conservatively, goes over the right side. And Wisconsin, Brett Bielema wants that football back. He calls a timeout. We'll be back with Wisconsin trailing the Illini.
The University of Illinois is one of the nation's great public universities, and on our watch, it's getting even better.
On our watch, we're showcasing creativity on stage and in the classroom.
Illinois is preparing the leaders of the next generation.
We're putting knowledge to work.
On our watch, Illinois is building connections around the world.
We're using technology to understand the world around us.
On our watch, Illinois is becoming the nation's preeminent public university.
Minute 13 left to go here in the first half. Wisconsin out of timeouts as we look forward to our Pontiac Performance halftime report with Linda Cohn. Linda will tell us all about what else is happening in the Big Ten. Navy trying to stop that huge streak against Notre Dame, so far so bad, and a big Big 12 showdown as well. So we'll head back, and John Stocco getting loose, wants to go back in, and on a 3rd and 5 here for Illinois, if you get to 4th down, they got a punter.
Remember, freshman punter. Brett Bielema knows Illinois has a freshman back there.
That is Kyle Yelton. He's had a couple of punts blocked this season. And right now it's 3rd and 5 for the Illini. Juice Williams. Can he run for a first down? Yes, he can! Juice Williams making something big out of absolutely nothing. 20 yards and a first down.
Brett Bielema stopped the clock. Tried to get the ball back. Now, Illinois got 3 timeouts. Now they can use the clock.
When you have a quarterback like this, Mark Saluski had a chance to get him close to the backfield, but missed. As that pass is complete to DeJuan Warren.
Pass complete to number 8, Warren.
And Illinois will take a timeout now with 47 seconds left to go. That was a 6-yard gain to Warren.
Now you want to just get set up for a field goal chance here. Get another 10, 15 yards down the field. You got 2 timeouts left. Juice Williams can make some big things happen here.
Jason Rita, their field goal kicker, has made 10 of his last 11. He's been pretty good. We got more football coming your way tonight on ESPN. Bill Fulmer in Tennessee visits Steve Spurrier in South Carolina as they try to chase down Florida for the SEC East lead. College football primetime on ESPN at 7:45 tonight. College football lives here, and Steve Spurrier had great success when he was the Florida coach taking on Tennessee. Now he's at South Carolina.
Two of my favorite coaches, Phil Fulmer and Steve Spurrier. I was in Columbia on Tuesday, watched practice there at South Carolina. Very loose practice. Steve Spurrier doing a great job there.
He feeling good going in this game, you think?
Savell Newton, quarterback, I think he feels real good.
Yeah, since he made that change to Newton, they've been a different team. Juice Williams making his 6th straight start has made Illinois a much more exciting team. And as he showed you on that 20-yard scramble, he's dangerous. He's also completed his last 5 passes. 2 timeouts left for Illinois. 2nd down from the 42 of Wisconsin. Badgers showing blitz. And they're coming. Juice retreating and is able to complete it to his tight end, Jeff Cumberland. And Cumberland, another true freshman, gets it down to the 19. That's a 22-yard gain, and finally some nice touch from Juice.
Yeah, Juice Williams threw off his back foot, waiting for the receiver to come open. You see it throws going backwards. Jeff Cumberland, a big tight end, 6'5", 240 freshman.
Boy, and that one was thrown to Andre Levy. Not able to get a hand on it as Cumberland catches it again. And this is a nice drive put together by the Illini.
I want to go back to South Carolina because Steve Spurrier said something interesting to me. He said, I like the running quarterback. I like the guy that can get out of the way. He said, sometimes you make a play call and all of a sudden he darts away and makes a play. He said, it makes you look good. He said, the play calls sometimes look a lot better when the quarterback can move. And Juice Williams, we're seeing that in a guy that can extend a play and make a bad play into a good play, keeping it alive.
Most quarterbacks would have been down several times today, and Brett Bielema talked to his club before the game and said, beware of the ambush. This is a team that's ranked 17th in the country. They're getting all sorts of love finally from the national media, and here comes little Illinois, a team that's 2-6 on the season. Beware the ambush, and right now they're getting ambushed.
Yeah, they are getting ambushed. They're like Custer right now. Things aren't looking good. People patting them on the back, telling them how good they are, and in the cafeteria and class and everything, and all of a sudden you start to believe that stuff.
Remember, they have a big game against Penn State next week, does Wisconsin, but right now they're dealing with a very pesky Illinois team. Juice Williams 3 for 3 on this drive for 34 yards, and also a 20-yard scramble on 3rd down. 2nd and 4 from the 18. Make it the 13, excuse me. And Williams completes it. That will be a 1st and goal for Illinois. Kyle Hudson, his favorite receiver, picks up 10.
You got to kill the ball right now. You got to kill the clock so you can get another play and try to get in the end zone.
And Juice does just that. So the clock stops now with 20 seconds left to go.
Yeah, you have options here because you still have 1 timeout. So you can run the football. You may run the option right here. I wouldn't be surprised if they run the option. If you don't make it, you still use your timeout.
Look at the guys in the crowd here. They are just stunned by what they are seeing. Number 17, Wisconsin, losing to Illinois. And a 2nd and goal now. 20 seconds left on the clock. 1 timeout left for the Illini as they snap it from the 3. Williams going for 6, and that one's a little bit low and outside. Incomplete. Looking for Chris James. 16 seconds left to go.
Still like the option down here, Pam, because you can run. Wisconsin expecting a pass down here. You can run the option. Still have the timeout to stop the clock if you don't make it.
Here we go, 3rd and goal. Ball spotted at the 3-yard line. Ron Zook trying to will his team into the end zone. Juice, oh, it's dropped. Should have been a touchdown, but Jeff Cumberland can't bring it in.
Boy, I tell you what, they had it open. They had the pick play on where they bring receivers on crossing routes on the shallow cross. Juice Williams throws this ball. I don't know if it was tipped. May have been tipped by a defensive lineman. Jamal Cooper, number 5.
Oh, but boy, that thing had hit Cumberland right in the hand. So Jason Rita with a 20-yard field goal attempt. And he has now made 11 of his last 12 field goals on the year. Illinois has to settle for 3, but still, that's a nice drive put together after Wisconsin scores.
That's a big drive. Wisconsin really extended that drive because they wanted the ball back. I think Illinois would have just killed the clock and gone in at halftime. This is big because Ron Zook at halftime is going to tell his football team, like he told them at Penn State, that the third quarter, Wisconsin's going to go in there. They're going to regroup. They're going to come out here, and they're going to give you their best shot in the third quarter. If you can stay around in the third quarter, you can upset a one-loss team here.
Last 4 games for Wisconsin, they have been juggernauts. They crushed Indiana 52-17, 539 total yards. Then against Northwestern, 41-9, 307 rushing yards. PJ had over 200 on the day. In fact, 249, and then they beat Minnesota 48-12. And against Purdue last week, Purdue, a great offensive team, lost 24-3, could only get a field goal. Jarvis Minton takes it out to the 24-yard line, and that will do it for the first half. A very productive first half for the Illini. John Stocco, 4 of 11 for 59 yards. He also threw an interception that Trayvon Bellamy took in for a 41-yard touchdown. That put Illinois on the board first as we head down to Jimmy Dykes.
Brett, you talked to your coaches about being aware of an ambush today. What's your biggest concern as you head to that locker room?
Well, we got to start playing our kind of football. We're not making tackles. We're letting that quarterback run. All the things that we need to do to have success, we didn't execute. We'll go out. It's another start. The second half, we'll execute.
How do you shut down Juice Williams?
Well, we've got some certain things that we have called that we weren't able to execute. We got to be able to do it in the second half.
Status of P.J. Hill?
He's good to go.
Thank you, Coach.
All right, we did not see P.J. Hill much, though, after he got hurt. 9 carries, 38 yards for P.J. How about this? Illinois, 24-10 at the half as we join Linda Cohn for the Pontiac Performance Halftime Report.
And we're coming to you from the ESPN studios, the Nerve Center of College Football, giving you all the updates on weeknight. And why not stick with the Big Ten and talk about 8-0 Michigan taking on a Northwestern team. Forget about last week. This is a Wildcats team with just 3 wins in the last 40 years against this Wolverine squad. But there's always another week and another game. C.J. Bechet dropping back. More problems. Stripped from behind by Lamar Woodley. Woodley recovers. Michigan's 5th-ranked defense off to a great start, and they would take advantage on offense. Chad Henne, his 15th touchdown pass of the year. To Adrian Arrington, his 5th catch of the year for a touchdown. Michigan, you know what, has now won all but 1 game this year by 14 or more points, and they're looking to do the same this year, continue to win in dominating fashion. But right now, in bad weather, it's really just 10-0 at the half there. Henne, 6 of 11, 61 yards, and at 1 touchdown, 59 yards on the ground by Michael Hart. Coming up, Notre Dame, Brady Quinn and company. How would they do? Would they continue their dominance against Navy? Last time Navy won, a song named Sugar Shack was #1. And the College Game Day crew will join us, and we'll hear all about tonight's big matchup on ESPN, Tennessee and SC, and an update on struggling Auburn, perhaps, against Ole Miss.
The Pontiac Performance Halftime Report is powered by Pontiac. Vote for this week's Pontiac game-changing performance. Go to ESPN.com, keyword Pontiac.
The Blitz, tomorrow in SportsCenter at 11 Eastern.
You really should take NyQuil for that cold. It'll relieve your symptoms and help you sleep. Sorry. You'll sleep like a bear, like a hibernating bear. You'll sleep like
before you sign us up for this reality show?
Yeah.
Give me that.
NyQuil, the nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, best sleep you ever got with a cold medicine. And for nighttime sinus relief, try new NyQuil Sinus.
Hey. You got Singular? No. Sprint.
Sprint mobile broadband downloads 5 times faster than Singular's Edge.
Well, I'm done.
Because in business, it pays to keep moving. Get the power of the nation's largest mobile broadband network. Get a free mobile broadband card. Visit sprint.com/mobile broadband.
It's not just a jersey. It's a symbol of who we are. A community of coaches, student athletes, and fans. Bound together by a code of conduct.
Even healthy needs a plan. Introducing Aqua from Blue Shield of Northeastern New York. The low-cost health plan you control, paying only for the services you really need, with a $250 allowance for gym memberships, acupuncture, or massage therapy. Ask your employer today about Aqua.
You can play soccer anywhere in the world, but there's only one place to get your soccer gear. Soccer Unlimited, Albany and Clifton Park.
Never go back.
This is the Pontiac Performance Halftime Report.
Our game here on ESPN2, we're at the half. Illinois stunning Wisconsin at the moment, 24-10. Linda Cohn in the ESPN studios as we take a look at this. Talk about dominance. How about Notre Dame over Navy? The longest consecutive uninterrupted streak against one opponent in the nation. We're talking 42 straight years. So how's this playing out so far today? Darius Walker is greedy. He takes the handoff and he sees some room. Walker goes outside, breaks a tackle, and he will get down to the Navy 45 before being brought down, and that led to a Fighting Irish field goal. Same score later in the first quarter, Brady Quinn. Quinn does this so well, he can get out of trouble with the best of them, and then he looks long, and who is there? David Grimes. Sensational adjustment by Grimes. First career touchdown catch for him. Notre Dame is up 10-0 against Navy. But Navy doesn't quit. Why? Because they have a quarterback with his name, Kaipo Noah Kuheaku Inhana, with a keeper up the middle. Navy's within 3. But then Notre Dame fights back. They're like, wait a minute, we've beaten this team 42 straight times. Travis Thomas, 15-yard touchdown run. But again, Navy showing fight. Gets within 3. Who does it? The quarterback again. Kuheaku Inhana with a... That works. 1-yard run. It's a 3-point game. But then moments later, Brady Quinn back to work, one of his favorite targets, and why not? Rima McKnight is heard from. A 33-yard hookup. Quinn to McKnight. That'll work. And that'll make Notre Dame fans very happy right now. Not that they were concerned, mind you, but, you know, hey, you never know. All good things have to come to an end, even long streaks. It's a 10-point lead. They're still in the second quarter, 30 seconds left to go on the half. Brady Quinn, 11 of 15, 199 yards, and 2 touchdowns. What about the SEC? Auburn and Ole Miss. Miko McSwain. Pretty play here with a 27-yard end around for the touchdown. It's 7-0 Ole Miss. Auburn's 6th-ranked defense a little startled there on that 80-yard drive that ended with McSwain, but Brandon Cox goes to work on the same page with Rod Smith, tying up the game at 7. So you think Auburn's got something going on offensively, right? Not here, because Cox is picked off for just the 3rd time this year. Charles Clark with the interceptions, making things interesting between these two teams, Auburn and Ole Miss. Oh, speaking of the SEC, we got a big one for you on ESPN tonight. That's right, Fulmer against Spurrier, Tennessee against South Carolina. How's that one going to go? All right, we can't predict here, but maybe the College Game Day guys have a clue. Gentlemen?
It's always a spicy subplot when football teams coached by Steve Spurrier and Philip Fulmer get together. This is the 12th collision tonight. Barbs and banter over the years, mostly coming from Spurrier because he's won about 75% of the games head-to-head. Over the years, there have been some big collisions. 96, Werfel and company go into Rocky Top, outduel Peyton Manning. Gators won the national title that year. 2 years later, in overtime, Gators missed a field goal. Volunteers survive against the head ball coach, and they won the national title that year. Then, of course, Spurrier goes to South Carolina and goes to Rocky Top and wins there for the first time in Gamecock history with the late field goal. Painful. For Fulmer, oh, no big deal. He kind of just pumps his face. I meant a lot. Are you kidding me? A Tennessee native. They come into the game tonight with an identical number of wins in SEC play, 134, even though, as Steve pointed out, Fulmer has about 4 extra games constituting that extra year when he was an interim coach after taking up for Johnny Majors. Now back to the banter. Spurrier made a comment this week. You watch Tennessee on tape. They're so talented, you just can't believe it's the same players who lost 6 games a year ago. A little bit of a shot, but Tennessee obviously has vastly improved this year. Eric Ainge has been playing much better quarterback. He will have to do a lot tonight, perhaps, without LaMarcus Coker, the top running back, who's got a knee sprain, and Jason Swain, one of his wide receivers, who's also a little bit nicked up. And Lee, he's got to deal with this hostile crowd and put it all together on the road. Eric Ainge does.
And with this win.
Yeah.
You know, I think the South Carolina pass rush will be very, very important. How much pressure they can put on Eric Ainge and force turnovers, very important in this ball game. Now, on the other side of the ball, Tennessee has special teams, and they got a great kicker in James Wilhoit. He's a tremendous field goal kicker, could be the difference. And last but not least, Kirk, I hope that Tennessee will score early, keep the crowd out of this ball game, because if they don't, they lose. But I think they do. Tennessee in a close win.
I was going to say, you hope, because you're picking Tennessee to win. That's why you hope they score early. I think the difference in South Carolina, the first 3 games, only averaging 7 points a game with Blake Mitchell. Steve Spurrier makes an adjustment. He says, we're going to go with Savell Newton, even though he's a wide receiver. He steps in, and the last 4 games, they've averaged 29 points a game. Only punted the ball 8 times, and a lot of it has to do with his mobility. Everybody wants to talk a former receiver because he can scramble, but I think the difference, and what I was amazed to see, is the way number 13 can read a defense and distribute the football. If you get pressure on him, he avoids it. If you give him time, he can find Sidney Rice and Kenny McKinley, and that'll be the key. If he can get time to throw, he can throw the ball downfield against Tennessee, and then once they get to the red zone, will they be able to come away with points? And their 2 losses, that's what's killed them. 1 of 7 against Auburn and against Georgia. They have to score touchdowns if they get into that 20-yard line area.
And Spurrier says, we'll maybe move the ball a little bit. We got some ball plays drawn up, but Corey Boyd's had back-to-back 100-yard games, but that was Kentucky and Vandy. Could be a little tougher against Tennessee, so I think you're right. A lot of pressure on Savell Newton.
And you know, Steve Spurrier always seems to save a few plays, a few wrinkles for these kind of games.
What wrinkles will unfold here? And Williams-Brice Stadium in prime time, 7:45 Eastern time on ESPN. Should be interesting. Back to the studio.
It's interesting. The game going on ABC right now, which you're going to look at after this break. Oklahoma and Missouri. Are the Tigers ready to make a statement against this Sooner Ball Club? Well, you got to come back and find out. Stay tuned.
If you don't get what you want, you scream and you shout. I'm not the only one who said it. If you don't get it, you gotta let it out. Yeah. If you don't get what you need, you're picking on me. I'm tired of getting.
Everything's getting faster, sexier, more powerful, and yet less expensive. So why not cars? Say hello to the G6 sedan, G6 coupe, and G6 hardtop convertible. G6, one of the fastest growing brands in America. Pontiac, designed for action.
And Ferguson on the 17th. Oh, that's trouble.
¿Y la?
Un poquito más a la derecha.
¡Increíble!
He's looking right at it. It's there.
Nothing is lost with the full HD 1080p Aquas from the leading innovator of liquid crystal television, Sharp.
Their greatest desire is to be the best. Millions of fans have watched them compete, displaying unshakable drive and unmistakable talent. They've inspired future generations to dream big. And above all, they've made us proud, on and off the field. I'm Commissioner Jim Delaney, and that's our Big Ten story.
Celebrating women's athletics and 25 years of Big Ten women's championships.
Welcome back to the Pontiac Performance Halftime Report.
On ABC today, only meeting featuring 2 ranked teams. It's Oklahoma against Missouri. Paul Thompson getting the Sooners off to a good start. Second rushing touchdown of the year. Oklahoma's up 7-3. Missouri was trying to make a statement in this game. Do they belong in the next level? Thompson says no, hooking up with Joe John Finley. Second touchdown catch for Joe John Finley. It's 14-3. Oklahoma doing it all ways on special teams. The block of a punt by Jason Carter. It led to a safety. 16-3 Sooners at that point, and that's where we stand at the half in a game that is on ABC. Big Big 12 implications in this one as Bob Stoops looking to beat a ranked team for the first time this year. What about Boston College meeting Buffalo for the first time since 1970? Well, it was about BC, right? BC's DeJuan Tribble. He can move. I mean, it's pouring rain there. 65-yard punt return. That was big, obviously, because it led to something that turned to be very unusual. It's not how they drew it up, because you're going to find this out from Chris Crane, filling in for the injured Matt Ryan. It's raining, remember? So the ball just slips out of his hands. Crane recovers, and he scrambles in for a touchdown. Pretty impressive play. Crane added another touchdown. Boston College is rolling. Hey, nothing lucky about Lucky Pierre Thomas here for Illinois. Nice touchdown reception. In our game, Illinois has a 14-point lead over the 17th-ranked Badgers at the half.
Heat. Enemy of engines. Enemy of heat? Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic, with adaptive molecules that continually separate and reform to help conquer heat. Not just oil, Pennzoil.
Heard of the pyramid? Check out the square. All the taste in a late-night fourth meal. Melty, crunchy, spicy, and grilled. The tastes are exciting. Only Taco Bell's got them. If it's not fourth meal, it's just food.
I love drinking Guinness while playing poker.
I've also discovered that wearing sunglasses makes it harder for people to see what you're thinking. I'm going to bluff now.
Brilliant.
Enjoy Guinness Draft responsibly.
Even healthy needs a plan. Introducing Aqua from Blue Shield of Northeastern New York. The low-cost health plan you control, paying only for the services you really need, with a $250 allowance for gym memberships, acupuncture, or massage therapy. Ask your employer today about Aqua.
The best deals are at Denoyer Dodge.
Brand new Dodge Durango 4-wheel drive, MSRP $32,295. Buy it for $26,995. Nah, make it $24,995. Forget all that. Make it $22,995 for 3 days only at Denoyer Dodge. Over 150 available at our all-new pre-owned Supercenter, starting at $59,995. So give us a try before you buy at Denoyer Dodge and Denoyer Mitsubishi on Central Avenue, Albany.
His cast is constantly changing. The results do not. Behind Tom Brady, the Patriots back on top of their division at 5-1. Chester Taylor had the longest run in Vikings history, and Minnesota's on a good run at 4-2. The Vikings host the Patriots at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN's Monday Night Football.
You think you've seen all the great plays? Check out ESPN's College Football Final, powered by Pontiac, for the Pontiac game-changing performances. You can log on to ESPN.com, search Pontiac to vote for the very best plays. Michigan State off their miracle win a week ago against Northwestern, taking on Indiana. Drew Stanton goes right to work. He loves Devin Thomas because Devin Thomas makes things happen. And in this play, he really made, Drew Stanton look good. I mean, because Thomas did everything. Put Michigan State up 7-3. Same score, but, Indiana is gutsy. You've seen it. You've seen their games on ESPN2. Blake Powers to James Hardy. Hoosiers up 10-7, and they were not done. James Hardy. Yep. He's back in the highlight. It's that simple when you do things like this. Kellen Lewis to Hardy. 24-7 Indiana. Spartans are going to need another miracle, that's for sure. It's 24-7. No miracle needed for the St. Louis Cardinals. They took out the Detroit Tigers in 5 games. Nobody can say the National League isn't tough because the Cardinals prove they are, led by MVP David Eckstein. The parade, by the way, is tomorrow. but you don't have to wait till tomorrow for the second half of our game here on ESPN2. Illinois' Juice Williams looking to put the squeeze on Wisconsin. 14-point lead for Illinois. I'm Linda Cohen.
What are you doing?
Shining up my ATV.
Why?
Because it's dirty.
From now on, your name will be Sally.
Hi, Sally. Hi.
More vehicles, more tracks. ATV Off-Road Fury 4. Rated E for everyone. The Dirt Gods are pleased.
When they punished him for a crime,
we have to ask your husband some questions.
He didn't commit.
What kind of man are you?
He became,
I will make this right,
everything they feared. A rare combination of heart-pounding excitement.
I'm ready to die! Yes, Commander!
And a great human story.
You still want to go on? My family was punished for nothing, so let it be for something now.
An explosive real-life thriller.
Go! Go!
From the director of Clear and Present Danger, Catch a Fire. Rated PG-13.
Benny's spring break was going great till a dog ran off with his drone. Benny needs a plan. Luckily, he has Boost Premium Prepaid. First, wireless web turns up 3 major streaks. He'd have to be like a ninja, a naked ninja. Then with text messaging, the SOS is his voice for a diversion. Finally, unlimited chirp puts the APB out on those missing clothes, which turns up more than just clothes. Finders, keepers. Get yourself Boost Premium Prepaid.
The Pontiac Performance Halftime Report is powered by Pontiac. Vote for this week's Pontiac game-changing performance. Go to ESPN.com, keyword Pontiac.
Welcome back to Madison, Wisconsin, where at the half, Illinois, to win Illinois, only has or does have a 14-point lead over number 17, Wisconsin. Pam, we're joined here by Mike Gottfried. Now, Illinois is such a young team. They came close last week, and this time they got to get over the hump.
Yeah, I said last week that Penn State was a better team. Wisconsin's a better team than Illinois, but Illinois should have learned something from last week. Come out in the third quarter, get the best shot that Wisconsin's going to give you. They can pull the upset here.
As Wisconsin right now trailing for the first time all year at the half. And Juice Williams certainly has been the X factor for Illinois. Just when you think you've got him, you don't got him.
No, you don't have him because he just makes plays. Here, no touch on the ball. Jared Thomas catches the ball, and then a run just before halftime to set up a big play to get 4 points on the board. Here's touch right here to McPherson where he takes something off the ball. He has had a big first half. He needs to have a big second half if they're going to win this football game.
And you see the numbers on Juice Williams, and he's a guy who's been struggling all year, only completing about 43% of his passes. And we heard from Jimmy talking to Brett Bielema that P.J. Hill was good to go, but he was not good to go for much of the first half.
No, and they miss him, but they need to get him back in there. The one thing about Illinois, Pam, they cannot turn the ball over here if they want to win the football game. They have played error-free in the first half. They need to continue that.
Turnovers really came back to bite them last week against Penn State. Illinois will get the ball first. E.B. Halsey gets it close to the 10-yard line and takes it all the way out to the 26. Just a little while ago, Jimmy caught up with Ron Zook.
Coach, what specifically did Juice Williams do in that first half that made him successful?
Well, he's one of those guys that makes plays. He has that ability, and obviously he's got to keep doing that. I also told him that I've never seen a quarterback that his mouthpiece come out of his mouth and reach over and pick it up. So that's the way it is. You just got to keep playing.
Especially with a true freshman, your defense continues to shine for you. What's their one biggest key this second half?
Well, we got to withstand the onslaught. Obviously, it's a good offensive football team. It's going to be important that we continue to play the way we play, and just stay in the moment. We can't get worried about what anything happens. We got to play our game and not worry about anything else.
Thanks for your time.
That was a nice run there by Pierre Thomas as he took some guys with him and picked up 8.
He talked about the mouthpiece coming out and the freshman picking it up, but I think he's referring to all the things like freshmen. They don't know the same things as veterans know. They don't come to some meetings. They miss meetings because they don't know about itineraries. And so he's going through the freshman whole class here, making mistakes.
Pierre Thomas that time was pulled backwards by Joe Stelmacher, the senior from Berlin, Wisconsin. Like a linebacker when it comes to run support, and he showed it right there on that play.
Former walk-on. He's trying to get this football team and this crowd going.
Crowd did not have much to cheer about as they fell behind 7-0 quickly. Trayvon Bellamy with a 41-yard interception return for a touchdown that got Illinois on the board.
Great quarterback draw set right here. We spread everybody out, try to pick up the first down.
Williams with 51 yards rushing in the first half, and he pitches it to Derek McPherson. The ball comes loose late, but they had already blown the whistle, or at least stopped his forward progress after he picked up a first down.
That's why Illinois is so tough to defend, because they can throw the football, they can run inside, but here's the key ingredient, the option. They make Wisconsin play assignment football. Who has the dive? Who has the quarterback? Who has the pitch man? All of a sudden, you're thinking on defense, and you're not moving.
Derek McPherson with that first down. How about this? Illinois today 7 for 10 converting on third down. Williams with time, and he throws it to the wrong guy as it is intercepted by Mark Zalewski. The first really bad mistake by Williams today.
I just said it a little bit ago. You can't turn the ball over on offense. They had the one punt, fumble, but all of a sudden, Juice Williams just doesn't. You shouldn't throw that football. You got your back on the flat. Pierre Thomas, give him the ball. Let him run with it.
So Zalewski coming up with his second interception of the season. Juice has now thrown 8 this year, and P.J. Hill is one reason why the crowd is cheering, because they see big number 39 back in the backfield for Wisconsin. He missed almost all the second quarter after he went out, had his neck hurt a little bit. They got him all taped up, back on the field, and that ball is floated towards Jarvis Minton. They're just a little bit too far. And Stocco, normally this guy is right as rain. Before today, completing over 62% of his passes. Right now, in this game, he's 4 for 12.
And Pam, you said something early that I agree with. They don't have the firepower on the outside, the receivers, to get back in the game if they're down by a whole lot of points. They don't have the big-time receiver.
Yeah, this is a great team if they are ahead. This is a great offense with guys like P.J. Hill able to run it out. Plenty of time left in this game, and there's Hill running one out. And another good tackle, Antonio Steele, making the stop.
This is big for this defense. Illinois, they have got to shut down Wisconsin right here.
With a 3rd and 6 coming up. 2 of Illinois' scores today coming right after turnovers by Wisconsin. The touchdown, the interception return for a touchdown. Vince O'Crew, boy, what a fabulous job he has done in his first year as the offensive coordinator here.
He's good.
A lot of experience, been with Colorado. A good Division 1A experience, and he's helped this young defense. 3rd and 6 now for Wisconsin. Stocco has a wide open man, finds Andy Crooks, one of his tight ends, for 11 yards and the first down.
Andy Crooks, a tight end, line it up in fullback. They got both tight ends together. Crooks runs an out route. Beckham is up the field on a corner route, wide open.
Bielema, the first-year head coach, Paul Chryst, the offensive coordinator, said that Crooks might be the MVP of this team because he does so many things well. Catches the ball, blocks well.
Paul Chryst is a very good offensive coordinator.
Second year, also the quarterback's coach, John Stocco, gives him a lot of credit for his success. P.J. Hill, big P.J., picks up a couple as we head back to Linthicum.
And you know, Pam, you got to give Northwestern a lot of credit as well. They're hanging in there against number 2 Michigan. This team's 8-0, right? The Wolverines, C.J. Boucher, the swing task, and Terrell Sutton. That set up the field goal. So remarkably, it's just a 10-3 game there. Elsewhere in the Big Ten, Penn State leading Purdue and Iowa taking it to Northern Illinois.
Thank you, Linda. Tyrell Sutton, very talented. C.J. Boucher, now the quarterback for Northwestern. They've had some injury problems at that position. Stocco underneath, gets his man, and then Beckham bounces off a would-be tackler to get the first down. Allen Ball just bounced right off of him.
Allen Ball playing corner since his freshman year. Gets Beckham, the former defensive player, and that's a good run after the catch.
The ball doesn't wrap his arms. It just comes up and hits him. But Beckham at 219 just made Ball was about $175 go backwards. 6th play of this drive. First down for the Badgers at the 17. Stocco into the end zone. Luke Swan for the touchdown. Swan with a good job of getting his feet in, and Stocco has a TD pass. And there was some pressure coming up Stocco's way in the person of David Lindquist.
You can't help a football team. Illinois comes out and they give the interception, then their defense does not make plays and lets them get the score.
John Stocco has now thrown a touchdown in 17 of his last 18 games, a lone exception last week against Purdue, as Melhoff adds the extra point. So Wisconsin coming out of the locker room, they get a stop on defense, and then a touchdown to Luke Swan, and the Illini's lead is cut to 7.
College football season has begun. So remember, it's not whether your team wins or loses. It's watching them in high definition that matters. For the first time, every college football telecast will be available in high definition on ESPN HD and ESPN2 HD, giving you the chance to experience it as never before. Once you have your HD TV, contact your cable or satellite provider and upgrade to ESPN HD and ESPN2 HD. ESPN HD's and ESPN2 HD's coverage of college football is presented by Pioneer Pure Vision Plasma.
With unmatched technology and innovation years ahead of its time, we've pushed the boundaries of high definition and tested the limits of reality. The new Pure Vision Plasma Display, only from Pioneer.
Introducing the new HP Blade System C-Class with Thermalogic, Virtual Connect, and Insight Control, powered by dual-core Intel Xeon processors. Now you can contain the chaos and set IT free to drive your business.
At Samuel Adams, we have 18 award-winning beers. We can't wait to make the next one.
Every year, we bring out a new style of Sam Adams.
And you can try the winning style in our Brewmaster 6-pack.
Yeah. We want to make the best of that style that an American beer drinker can get.
Wield their powers. Feel their fury. Fight for justice. When the world needs heroes, no one else is in their league. Justice League Heroes. Rated Teen.
John Stocco has just thrown his 13th touchdown pass of the season, 43rd of his career. This one to Luke Swan, who beats Allen Ball to the corner of the end zone. And this touchdown set up by the Mark Saluski interception of a Williams pass that was just poorly thrown.
Yeah, and Pam, this is a big series for Illinois because they got the momentum. They got to get that back because this crowd is in the football game now. Wisconsin's come out. They did what their coaches said to do. Now Illinois has to answer.
Illinois' biggest lead today was 21-3. inches. And the wind zipping around and whipping around has blown the ball off the tee. So Melhoff will get a second chance to kick it. And there you see the scoring drive. You don't have to go very far after the interception.
No.
Stocko finally catching fire a little bit, going 3 for 4. Beckham had a couple of good catches and runs after Stocko in the first half was only 4 for 11 with an interception.
26-7 as a quarterback here at Wisconsin. He knows how to win.
Just a guy, not a lot of flash to his game, but just as Mike mentioned, is simply a winner. And right now he's going to have to lead his team from behind. Juice Williams, the true freshman. Stocko making his 34th straight start. Juice his 6th straight. Quite a disparity in experience. Melhoff's great at touchbacks as he displays it there. And we'll get you caught up with another update from Linda Cohn.
And Pam, you didn't think Missouri was just going to lie down against Oklahoma. This game on ABC, Chase Daniels, 7th in the nation in total offense, scrambles for a touchdown for Missouri. It's a 6-point game against Oklahoma, the 4th rushing touchdown of the season for Daniel.
Missouri trying to come back and get the upset in that game. We have an upset brewing here, but the Wisconsin crowd, like a big old shot of caffeine after that touchdown. They are into this game. Their team only down now by a touchdown. To Illinois, 2-6 on the year, 1-3 in the Big Ten. They upset Michigan State a few weeks ago. Rashard Mendenhall has been very quiet today. Mendenhall had a career-high 161 yards last week against Penn State, but has been struggling today. That's only his 5th carry.
Pam, young teams do good things, but they also make mistakes. We saw the Detroit Tigers, the pitchers. Verlander threw the ball away last night. I'm a Detroit Tiger fan from the Gates Brown, Willie Horton, Al Kaline era. But they make mistakes, and this is what you can expect from Illinois. They're going to do some good things, but they're going to make some big mistakes.
Very young team. Again, 16 true freshmen have played for them this year, including their quarterback, Mendenhall, only a sophomore. He stopped about a yard short of the first down. He got nothing on that one. Roderick Rogers making the stop. And Mendenhall the last 2 weeks has had career highs in both games. 94 yards against Ohio, a team they lost to on a last-second field goal. And then Penn State, he just carved them up. He had a big 79-yard run in that game in which he was caught from behind, did not score a touchdown, and that was a huge play for Penn State.
Justin King caught him.
This is also big. 3rd and 1. Illinois has converted 7 of its 10 first downs. And Juice decides to take it himself, and a couple of red shirts, including Levy, DeAndre Levy, go with him. He picked up 3, and that's a first down.
The option to the short side of the field. They had success against Penn State last week. Juice Williams just picks up this first down. Wisconsin played that pretty well.
And Juice, given name is Isaiah John Williams. He was 13 pounds 8 ounces when he was born. His grandmother in the living room said, "You're such a big guy, you're a juicy baby." And that's how the name Juice came around. Big old juicy baby. And now Juice, it's true. Juice leading this team as they option the other way. Mendenhall gets around. Boy, there was a really good block thrown there to spring him. Chris James with the block, and Mendenhall got around the corner.
Yeah, you're right. Chris James, if you're going to run the option, you have to tie up people on the outside. There's Chris James right there, made the block, gives Mendenhall the lane to run.
Well, his wide receiver is obviously important when you catch the ball, but blocking for wide receivers is such a huge part of the game, too.
This is a huge drive for the Illini. They need to answer the score of Wisconsin.
And they're about that much short of the first down, but it's only 2nd down. Rashard Mendenhall at Penn State, he was beastly. Here, he's going to get the ball going down the right sideline, but keep your eye on number 1.
Look out. He's coming. Justin King runs a 240, and he showed it, and that was big.
He walked him, as they say, and you saw at the end there, Mendenhall put both hands on the ball because he's had a couple of big fumbles this year. So Mendenhall very wary of not giving up the football, but they had to settle for a field goal there and ended up losing. Mendenhall has 18 yards on 3 carries on this drive, after only having 8 yards on 4 carries in the first half. And now 2nd and inches. They go right back to Richard, and he lost about a half yard or so. Nick Hayden stopping him up. Nick, 6'5", 311.
Wisconsin doing a better job getting upfield with their defensive line. More attacking by the defensive line, winning the battle. Now I figure an option's coming here. Juice Williams' ball's going to be in his hand.
3rd and a relatively long one as Pierre Thomas comes in. Thomas, more experience than Mendenhall, the senior. Halsey also in the backfield. And Juice throws it. He has a man wide open. It's Halsey, and he overthrows it. That had 6 written all over it.
That's freshman mistakes. What a great call by Mike Oxley. To come up here, the offensive coordinator, all of a sudden you show a formation to run. Halsey comes out of the backfield. He needs to put more air into that ball.
I would like that play better on 2nd and 1 than 3rd and 1, though, because now you got to punt it.
It works on 3rd and 1.
If you complete it, right? And again, Kyle Yelton, the punting has been a major sore spot for Illinois all year. 91st in the nation in that category. That's only a 24-yard punt.
Saturday. Nothing to complain about, unless you're working, in which case, we hope you're complaining. But cheer up, because it's only 2 days till Tom Brady faces Brad Johnson as the Patriots battle the Vikings at 8:30.
ESPN College Game Day, Saturdays at 10 a.m.
Excuse me. So what exactly are you guys?
Sneakers, baby. Vintage 1985 high tops, limited edition. Old school.
Wow, you guys sound pretty cool.
You know how I roll.
So how's the postal carrier going to handle all you guys?
It's all good. The lady drives a big truck.
Wow.
With lots of room in the truck, the post office comes to you with free package pickup.
Yeah. I know.
No, okay.
Oh. I see. Yeah, great.
Well, she wants a KFC famous bowl. You know, layers of her favorites. Mashed potatoes, corn, chicken, gravy, and cheese, all in a bowl.
Try new KFC famous bowls. Freshly prepared with our home-style mashed potatoes, layered with sweet corn, all white meat, crispy chicken, and topped with our signature gravy and 3-cheese blend. Dig into great layers of flavor with KFC famous bowls.
When my brother started selling auto insurance, I got a little pressure to use them.
A little? I'm State Farm Agent Amy Kaplan, and this is a true story.
I didn't pressure you. I think blood is thicker than water.
So with some of the staff, we switched from State Farm to him.
The service is horrible.
Well, he wouldn't call me back, and he's my brother.
So I called him, and he was ready to switch back. State Farm treated us like family.
Yeah, better.
Great service and great rates, it's all here. Nobody takes care of you like State Farm. Call an agent today. Like a good neighbor?
State Farm is there.
This telecast is available on ESPN2 HD, presented by Pioneer Plasma Displays. Fall is in the air, big Halloween weekend coming up, big party time tonight in Madison. Let's go back to this 3rd and 1 call.
It was a trick-or-treat call, and the trick was open, but he didn't put enough air into the football.
Joe Stelmacher. There's Mike Loxley, the offensive coordinator. His response, his reaction.
Ugh. You know, you practice those plays. You know there's a specific time in the game it's going to work, and they had it.
Ron Zook going over there and getting into Juice a little bit, talking about that. Of course, you have to try to keep that young man positive as he learns on the job. Stocco on the roll, wide open for the first down completion is Luke Swan. Last time he caught a ball, it was for a touchdown. Swan that time picked up 33 yards.
Misdirection. You got to give Paul Chris credit too, the offensive coordinator for Wisconsin, because he's changed the passing game, going to more play action in the second half than drop back.
Luke Swan was a high school sprinter, and that time he was able to sprint for a 33-yard gain, so it's now first down from the Illinois 33. P.J. Hill, the leading runner in the Big Ten, in the backfield. And he gets it, going over that right side of the line, and he was met high and hard by Justin Harrison. Remember, Hill hurt his neck earlier in this game.
You talk about a football player now. Justin Harrison picked off the pass. Watch this hit. He bends P.J. Hill back.
Boy, Hill has had a rough day, and Hill's down on the ground. If you're just joining us, back in the first quarter, he also, just about that same spot on the field, was lying down, and they had his neck attended to, and boy, Justin Harrison laid a huge lick on him.
There's a second look on Justin Harrison on P.J. Hill. I mean, it's in the head. He hit him high, hit him in his shoulders. Took a hit.
P.J. Hill today, 12 carries for 50 yards. And while they look at P.J., let's get you updated with Linda Cohen. Linda.
All right, Pam, on ESPN right now, number 2 Michigan looking to stay perfect heading into that November 18th showdown against the Buckeyes. Mike Hart, 4th and 2. He gets the first down and then some by Hart. And then Hart with the exclamation point punches it in from the 3. Hart's 9th touchdown of the season. It's his 4th in his last 3 games as the Wolverines are trying to wake up that offense. 17-3 over Northwestern.
Thank you, Linda. And we have a live shot now of P.J. Hill, again walking off under his own power.
A lot of good young teams in this conference, Big Ten. Wisconsin's young, Illinois young, Indiana. I saw they had a big lead over Michigan State. They're protecting the rock this weekend. They're young. I mean, a lot of young quarterbacks, too. This is a good league.
Alan Lewis, very exciting young quarterback at Indiana. 2nd and 3. As Smith takes over the tailback position and is stopped, looks about a half-yard short of the first down by Vontae Davis, another young guy. Vontae, the true freshman from the Washington, D.C. area, recruited by Mike Loxley, the offensive coordinator at Illinois. When Mike was at Maryland, he recruited Vontae's very talented brother, who's with the 49ers now.
Remember what Vontae said last week. Now, he told me something different last night. He said, I want to be a role model from my brother, Michael.
Michael back home in Maryland. Vernon Davis, his older brother, with the 49ers. Vontae's going to be a good football player. Already is, starting as a true freshman. Nothing doing. Brent Miller gets Daiwan Rowan. And again, you don't have any P.J. Hill. You don't have your big hoss back there, the guy you usually go to on short yardage situations. And now on 4th down, Stocko's looking to stay in and go for it.
Yeah, they have to go for this. They've had breaks, and Illinois right now can make a big play and get that momentum back. But I like to call here. Go for it. You're at home. You're in your crowd, your football team. You got this 319-pound average offensive line running.
So 4th and 2, Rowan in the backfield. And Stocko's throwing on 4th and 2. Beckham is his favorite receiver, and he comes through once again, beating Kevin Mitchell to the ball, 16 yards, and a 1st and goal for the Badgers.
I like that call, too. Throw the football. John Stocko's feeling in there right now. Second half, he's playing with a lot of confidence. And his go-to guy, Beckham, Travis Beckham, number 9, he's the guy he's most comfortable with. When you ask him about Travis Beckham, he just lit up.
This is going to be a star. He's already pretty good. Remember, this is his first year as a tight end. He came to Wisconsin as a linebacker And that's a nice hole, but it closes quickly on Rowan. Anthony Thornhill going in there to stop him after a 2-yard gain. And Beckham actually, he went to the coaches last year and said he would like to try playing tight end for this Wisconsin team. He played on a high school team in Milwaukee that was a wishbone team. So obviously didn't get passes thrown his way. No tight end role there. He was a good linebacker, and boy, he's got a bright future here.
He's a go-to guy. We'll see where he's lined up right here. He's going to be on the tight end on the left side, beside Joe Thomas.
Now on 2nd and goal, Stocco has Rowan out of the backfield, and Vontae Davis coming up and making another big play.
What's the other thing about Vontae Davis? He told me.
Loves his grandma.
Loves his grandma.
Grandma helping to raise he and Vernon in Maryland. And this kid can flat out play. How about this for a true freshman?
Ron Zook said he can be as good as any corner he's ever coached. Now, Ron Zook's been in the pros, so he's talking about some big, big shoes that guy can fill.
Now they're looking at a 3rd and goal. Stocco has hit 6 of his 7 passes for 90 yards and a touchdown in this half.
There's Beckham.
And Stocco has to improvise. A lot of contact in the end zone as he just throws it out of bounds. Antonio James, number 90, was in hot pursuit. Hit his arm. And now they're going to look at a field goal attempt by Taylor Melhoff.
Good coverage by the Illini. Vince Hogue crew again. His defense has played superb today.
Ronzuk says they're just playing hard. They're staying within the system, learning more and more every day. There's Vince. As a 21-yard field goal attempt now for Taylor Melhoff, who hit from 21 earlier today. And for him, that is a chip shot. Melhoff, even though he's a kicker, was the South Dakota High School Player of the Year. He was a quarterback as well as a kicker. Beckham is the go-to guy now for Wisconsin. Got him close enough, but they had to settle for a field goal. Illinois still up by 4.
Pressure. Enemy of engines. Pressure. Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic with adaptive molecules that continually join forces to help conquer pressure. Not just oil, Pennzoil.
The NBA on ESPN returns Wednesday with a doubleheader of playoff rematches. Wizards Cavaliers and Clippers Suns. Coverage begins at 6.
The best deals are at Denoyer Mitsubishi.
How about an 07 Mitsubishi Galant? 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. You can lease it for $299. Make it $249. Forget about all that. 3 days only, $199 only at Denoyer Mitsubishi. Over 150 available at our all-new pre-owned Supercenter, starting at $59.95. So give us a try before you buy at Denoyer Dodge and Denoyer Mitsubishi on Central Avenue, Albany.
I'd like to switch my home phone service to your digital phone. I can help you with that.
But listen, my wife talks a lot.
Is there some, super plan I can get? You'll have unlimited calling, so she can talk as much as she wants.
Oh, she can talk all right.
Home phone service from Time Warner Cable comes with unlimited calling and more, all for one low monthly price.
Can it be installed in a garage? I may be spending a lot of time in there.
Get more and pay less. Call and order Time Warner Cable's home phone service today.
ESPN2's College Football, brought to you by the United States Postal Service. Let your packages know their ride is here. Request a pickup at USPS.com. And famous bowls from KFC. Dig into the great layers of flavor with KFC Famous Bowls.
Welcome back to Madison as you take a look at one of the taverns downtown, and brats. It's all about the cheese and the brats here in Wisconsin, even though there's no cheese in the press area for us to eat today. John Stocco, boy, he was very human in the first half. John was only 4 of 11 with an interception that was returned for a touchdown. First 6 drives, not good for the whole team. The last 3 drives, they've gotten 17 points and 172 yards.
They were challenged by their young football coach at halftime.
How young is Brett Bielema? He's 36. Was the youngest head coach until Pat Fitzgerald was hired at the age of 31 because of the tragic death of Randy Walker. He is so young that his defensive coordinator, Mike Hankwitz, has been a coach in college for 36 years. So he's been a college coach for as long as Brett's been on the planet.
You need those old guys, though.
They got the seasoning and the experience. And Bielema's off to a great start as Melhoff again gets another touchback, and we get you caught up with Linda Cohn. Linda.
Notre Dame adding to its lead over Navy, but then again, Notre Dame always beats Navy 42 in a row, right? Brady Quinn. He can run, people. 19-yard scramble, longest rush of the season for Quinn. He's also thrown for 2, and it's a 31-14 game, Pam.
Navy's not been the same team since they lost their quarterback to injury. The quarterback that run that option, and the quarterback is their leading rusher, so they've not been the same team, and Notre Dame's taken it to them today. And here is another possession for the Illini, leading Wisconsin 24-20. And the inside handoff given to Pierre Thomas. He picks up 3, and we go down to the field, and Jimmy Dykes.
Well, Pam, I spoke with Ron Zook prior to this ball game today and asked him to compare his freshman now, Juice Williams, to a former freshman he coached at Florida, Chris Leak. And he said, you know, the thing that I have to constantly keep in mind, when Chris Leak came to Florida, he came out of a system where he threw the ball about 8,000 times in his high school career. Juice has maybe thrown it 800 times coming in as a true freshman. That's why right now you'll see him miss a lot of times like the 3rd and inches from the last possession. And Ron Zook is very aware of where this kid is right now as a passer.
Has to work on the touch. We've said that, and we've seen that over the last few games with Juice. And he one-hops that pass intended for Chris James.
All different kind of levels when you get guys in college as freshmen. You got some programs that run a wide open pro-offensive scheme like Chris Leak. He came into from his scheme in high school, and he got there early in the summer and the spring. He was at Florida watching practice every weekend, so he was more prepared than Juice Williams is.
In that system, we struggled to adjust to the new system brought in by Urban Meyer, a system that Juice Williams probably would thrive in. And right now it's a 3rd and 7. And Williams takes off. There's that escapability. And he's not going to get far enough as he is stopped about 5 yards short of the first down by Jack Ikuguanu.
You're seeing a quarterback playing tighter right now. As the score has gotten closer, Illinois' young guys are starting to play tighter, starting not to make big mistakes.
Let's head down to Jimmy Dykes again. Jimmy.
I'm talking to Wisconsin's kickers before the ball game. The wind is a real factor here in this stadium. I'm in the southwest tunnel, and the wind comes ripping down this tunnel, but at the same time will also blow into the face of the kickers. The kicking game right now for the rest of this game, I think, is a real guessing game. According to the Wisconsin kickers, they kick in this stadium every day. It's this southwest tunnel that creates that whip-around effect.
Kyle Yelton must feel like he's kicking into that whip-around effect on every punt. That's another 26-yarder. He's averaging 26 punts now. 26 yards, excuse me, on his 4 punts.
Yeah, and the Wisconsin kickers, that's a good point by Jimmy, because they know the wind. They know they kick in here, so they haven't had the problems that Kyle Yelton is having.
Taylor Melhoff, very good place kicker. Ken DeBush, one of the best punters going. Bush, a junior, as is Melhoff. Lance Smith remains in the backfield as he's into Illinois territory. We check back in with Linda Cohn.
In the SEC, Pam, Auburn 8-1 all time at Ole Miss. 7th-ranked Tigers, though, in trouble here. Ole Miss, Brett Schaefer to Robert Lane. 41-yard connection that led to a field goal. I mean, Ole Miss comes in ranked 112th in the nation at scoring offense, but Auburn's 6th-ranked defense comes up big with an interception, and they convert it into this. Points. Brad Lester, 6-yard TD run. Auburn leads by 4.
Auburn struggling more than they expected against Ole Miss, just like Wisconsin struggling today against Illinois, but that's another fine catch. Luke Swan, #1, the redshirt junior from right here in Wisconsin, has a touchdown catch, and that was a pretty one.
Allen Ball's going to come on the blitz, get picked up by Smith. Provides time for John Stocco to hit that pass to Luke Swan.
18-yard reception, Stocco to Swan. Swan, the former walk-on, very steady receiver. And he showed that with that catch, and it's really been two different halves for John Stocco. He's looking like John Stocco in the second half. We don't know who he looked like in the first half. Play action all the time in the world, but good coverage downfield. And Stocco just tripped up. Jay Lehman got him, or else he definitely would have picked up a first down. Instead, he picked up 5.
Just thinking about what you said, John Stocco, he's playing like John Unitas here in the second half.
Even better than John Stocco. That's Mike Gottfried. I'm Pam Ward along with Jimmy Dykes. We join you from Camp Randall Stadium. This Wisconsin team, unranked 3 weeks ago, won 4 straight conference games by an average of 31 points, and Brett Bielema's club up against it, trailing Illinois, whose only wins this year came against Eastern Illinois and Michigan State. They're down 24-20, but driving. Lance Smith in relief of P.J. Hill with a nice spinorama gets the first down in 7 yards.
I think what Jimmy said about Brett Bielema, talking about the ambush, all the Western movies I've ever seen, when the ambush comes from the attack, they circle the wagons. And I think Wisconsin has done a good job of circling the wagons here on offense and defense, playing together in the kicking game. They're winning all 3 phases in the second half.
Illinois at one point led this game 21-3. Now Wisconsin driving, 5th play of this drive, as Rowan comes in and he goes backwards. Swarm under by Kevin Mitchell and company. Kevin now has 6 tackles on the day. Runs up. Boy, they have had, you talk about tough luck. Indiana and Ohio, both of them were last-second field goals. And that Penn State game, don't let the 14-point spread fool you. They controlled that game.
That was 3 weeks that will take you from age 42 to age 52. Quick.
Third quarter comes to a close. Illinois still with the lead at 24-20, but John Stocco and company, they are driving. We'll see if they can go ahead when we return.
Virginia Tech Miami, UCLA Cal, or other regional action next Saturday at 8.
Spell the word Bostaurus.
Bostaurus. B-O-S-T.
Do you believe a starter team sweatshirt makes everything a little more competitive?
U.S. Bostaurus.
Correct.
We do too. Starter. Believe in it, baby.
When they punished him for a crime he didn't commit,
What kind of man are you?
he became everything they feared.
My family was punished for nothing, so let it be for something now.
Based on a true story, Catch a Fire, rated PG-13. Now playing at theaters everywhere.
Every warrior has been summoned for one final battle. Mortal Kombat Armageddon, rated mature. Mortal Kombat Unchained available on PlayStation Portable.
You are black, even a little dandruff shows.
That's why more people are switching from ordinary dandruff shampoo to Selsun Blue. Doctor recommended for flakes and itch. With aloe and moisturizers for healthier hair and scalp. Make the switch.
Never wear black without the blue. Selsun Blue.
Using only my City Premier Pass credit card, I earn rewards points crazy fast, and I will do it restrained with this restraining device. I start with the points for buying my ticket and Victor's ticket, then earn points for my miles and his. Unbelievable! Using only the City Premier Pass credit card, I rock the house. Big time. Rewarding. Very, very, very rewarding.
I live for speed. You're running on empty. You gotta be in it for the long haul. Now that guy has the right idea. Let's keep going, buddy.
Look for special savings from Energizer on Cars DVD at participating retailers. Rated G.
enjoying Guinness Draft in a sports bar is a great idea.
Yes, this is much better than the last bar.
Yes, this is much better than the last bar.
Much better? Brilliant!
Brilliant!
Please enjoy Guinness Draft responsibly.
It is one of the traditions of college football here in Wisconsin between the third and fourth quarters. The students jump around up in the stands, and literally the booth up here, it's swaying. I mean, it's like a seismic movement when these kids jump. Mike Godfrey did not jump.
No, I saw Jimmy Dykes, though.
Yeah. Jimmy's down there with
thought I saw him in
there.
Hey, there he is.
Jumping with the Wisconsin band.
High-fiving the band members.
It's one of the great traditions in college football. And the folks here are hoping they have another reason to jump around at the end of this drive. Wisconsin has scored on its last 3 drives, a touchdown, and a field goal. If they get a touchdown here, they'll take their first lead of the day. Stocco underneath. Andy Crooks turning on the Jets, and Andy Crooks is stopped just short of the goal line by Justin Harrison. And now they say they're trying to get the touchdown call.
I think he fumbled into the end zone, and they thought I think the ground caused the fumble, so that may come back.
Initially spotted just outside of the goal line. And that's
Good
where they will
call.
spot it.
Good misdirection, middle screen. On the 1.
Yeah, good call by the officials on the field. He did recover it in the end zone, but Vontae Davis covering him up as the turf caused the fumble. But here is a 1st and goal for the Badgers from the 1-yard line. Wisconsin has not led today. P.J. Hill still out. Rowan is the tailback as the play will be reviewed to make sure that it was not a touchdown. And from up here, it seems like there's no way it can be. P.J. Hill just a spectator today.
Andy Crooks on the middle screen. He fumbled that before he was down. I think it's going to be a touchdown.
Yep, if he fumbled it before he was down, that is a touchdown. Correct.
Give them 6.
Yeah, because initially we thought the ball came down when his knee was down, but it was out before his knee was down. So on our own further review, we'll give him a touchdown.
We're giving him a score.
At the recovery of his own fumble.
Wisconsin has the lead.
Didn't take long.
No.
Before he was down, the fumble went in the end zone, was recovered by Wisconsin. Touchdown.
So Wisconsin takes its first lead of the afternoon as Andy Crooks takes that middle screen, fumbles it, and picks it up for the Badger touchdown. Wisconsin going into the locker room trailed 24-10. And Illinois getting shut out in the second half. Juice Williams threw an interception that really hurt. And now the Badgers break on top for the first time. Crook's 4th touchdown catch as Melhoff gets it in for a 27-24 lead. Would have been his 4th touchdown catch, but instead he just picks up the fumble, his own, for a touchdown. And for the first time this afternoon, the Badgers are in front.
3 screens, wireless, broadband, and TV are coming together. Another innovation from AT&T, helping you make the most of your world. The passion to invent, the drive to deliver. The new AT&T. Your world, delivered.
The 23 flavors in every Dr. Pepper add up to so much taste. 23 is always on the tip of your tongue.
And so, at the end of the 23rd quarter, it's all tied up 23-23.
X is the square root of Y. True or false? Karen.
23?
Dr. Pepper. With 23 flavors and one mind-blowing taste, there's more to it.
Taco Bell's Cheesy Gordita Crunch. Warm flatbread covered in 3 melted cheeses, wrapped around a crunchy taco and topped with a zesty pepper jack sauce. It's a textural taste sensation. To get crunchy, chewy, and cheesy, think outside the bun.
It's time to play Take on Orbitz. This week's winner is you. That's right, you.
Orbitz Passport to Savings. Save $200 on qualifying trips to any international destination. Only when you Orbitz and go.
And don't forget your toothbrush.
I want a front door that makes a great first impression for years and years.
You can at the Home Depot with Feather River entry doors. They're made of fiberglass so they won't dent, rust, or rot, but they have the warmth and beauty of wood. And now Feather River is introducing interior wood doors. Plus, get 20% off all special order Feather River doors. Feather River Doors, exclusively at the Home Depot.
You can do it. We can help.
Welcome back to Madison. Last night, it's Halloween 4 nights early as the folks are out in their costumes, and it's going to be even crazier. They call it Freak Fest tonight. Mike Godfrey, very familiar with that.
I won't be there.
All right, they're going to all get dressed up, and they're going to have some fun on State Street. They're going to close down the streets. Beware, it's going to be crazy in Madison.
They can have all the fest they want.
Bert of the Burton-Ernie duo watching the game, and at least they have something to cheer about now. John Stocco, boy, he and his entire team in the first half not good, and you see what they've done in the last 4 drives, 3 touchdowns and a field goal. Meanwhile, Illinois has not scored in this second half. Let's see how they respond. Trailing for the first time today, the Illini get the football. And that is Derek McPherson, stopped just short of the 20 as we get you back to Linda Cohn.
Oklahoma continuing to make a statement on ABC against Missouri. Paul Thompson hooking up with Quentin Chaney. The second time this year Thompson has run for a touchdown and thrown for 1. Okay, that made it 23-10, right? And then Missouri 4th and goal from the 1. Chase Daniel decides to throw. It's incomplete. Missouri had 2nd goal from the 1. They had 3 chances, but they came up empty.
Thank you, Linda. So Oklahoma right now in good shape there. Here we have Illinois down by a field goal. Let's see how this young team responds. Juice Williams, the true freshman, can't get away from the red shirts. Jonathan Casillas with his 6th stop of the day. Juice loses 3 yards. And Juice Williams, his second half has been not good at all.
Now, a lot of mistakes starting with this. The interception by Zalewski. He has not been, and then he missed a third one pass for a touchdown, sure touchdown. He's going to have to throw the football now, which means anything could happen.
0 for 3 with an interception. And one of those 0 for 3s you just saw should have been a touchdown pass to a wide open Evie Halsey. Now on 2nd and long. Time, and that pass is dropped again. Kyle Hudson, usually pretty sure-handed. He's a starting center fielder on the baseball team, but could not bring that in.
Boy, they missed so many passes last week against Penn State. This is a well-thrown ball to Kyle Hudson. Sure-handed receiver, leading receiver on the team. Hit him in a bad spot.
Right in the hands, would have been a first down. 6 straight incompletions now for Juice Williams. And Ron Zook's team is facing a 3rd and 12. Got to get to the 30 to hold on to the ball. Here comes pressure. That's a hold. as Matt Shaughnessy was just tackled down, collar tackled down, because he had a free rein towards Juice.
Yeah, Pam, when you watch this game, Illinois played with so much confidence in the first half. They've come out in the second half and played the opposite with no confidence.
69. Offense. Penalties decline.
And that goes again to young football teams. They have these moments. They're up and down. There's the hold.
That's a Kim Millington, number 69, the transfer from Oklahoma, who took down Shaughnessy. Oh, high snap. Yelton did a good job just to bring it down. Hunt takes a Wisconsin roll, and the Badgers have a short field as they will start from the 38-yard line. That penalty, by the way, on Millington was the first penalty not on a kickoff going out of bounds that we've had today. Remarkably, just the first real penalty.
And the punting game again for Illinois is not good.
That's a 25-yarder. At least he's been consistent. They've all been 25 or 26.
And the wind is a factor, and he did a good job getting that snap.
And you see the no accepted penalties today on either side of the ball. We've only had 2 flags overall.
This would be a good time to throw a stake in the heart of Illinois. Play action pass, try to go for the bomb.
Instead, they hand it off. That's Lance Smith, the true freshman running back, and he picks up 3 yards on first down. Jay Lehman made the stop. Lehman's 6th stop of the day.
When you have that big offensive line right now, Ron Zook trying to fire his defense up. He's taught these guys are getting better every week. Brett Bielema said that he has the utmost respect for Ron Zook and the job he's doing. He could see it on tape. Every week they're a different, better team.
Last year, Wisconsin won this game in Champaign 41-24. Brian Calhoun, 5 touchdowns and 197 yards. And they're in a dogfight today as, boy, pressure up the middle under Stocco, so he had to throw it. Flag is down as he threw it towards Beckham, and that's a hold against the Badgers. Josh Norris again, little 5'11" Josh Norris with good pressure up the middle.
Holding, 65. Offense, 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Second down.
They get the center, Marcus Coleman, on the call. Let's go down to Jimmy Dykes.
Well, Pam, P.J. Hill continues to sit on that Wisconsin bench. The training staff has, again, once done all the pressure tests, the resistance test to his neck and his arms. Most likely he's doubtful for the return of this game. They're telling me they're actually hoping that they can win this thing with Lance Smith, a freshman running back. P.J. Hill right now, you can see, just a bystander on that sidelines.
So he's not going to get 100 yards today, just half 100 for him. He had 7 100-yard games on the season, leading the Big Ten in rushing heading into this weekend. They need him next week. They play Penn State. Crooks again. Gets up close to the original line of scrimmage, picked up 6. And let's see what they were doing with PJ to determine if he was all right to come back in.
6 yards on the pass completion. 3rd and 11.
Wisconsin training staff checking out PJ, and he doesn't look like he's coming back in.
No. Pam, this is a big 3rd down. Illinois still only down 3. Got to hold them back right here.
So 3rd and 10. Daiwan Rowan now in the backfield, but it's a passing down, and Stocco gets hit. What a charge by Britt Miller, coming full out on that blitz.
Britt Miller came free. Came on the blitz. Britt Miller intercepted a pass last week. Here's going to come right here on the blitz. Gets to John Stocco, and that caused them to punt this football, not get a field goal opportunity.
Well out of field goal range now. E.B. Halsey awaits Ken DeBush's punt. He's standing at the 10, and DeBush is so good at pinning teams inside the 20, and he'll do it again. as the ball goes sideways and is downed around the 3-yard line. A 35-yard punt, but exactly where Bush wants it to be. Here comes Juice Williams. He's got 97 yards to go as he leads Illinois.
Shearing, enemy of engines. Enemy of shearing? Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic with adaptive molecules that continually separate and reform to help conquer the forces that can tear oil molecules apart. Not just oil, Pennzoil.
ESPN returns Wednesday with a doubleheader of playoff rematches. Wizards Cavaliers and Clippers Suns. Coverage begins.
Are chronic sinus problems ruining your life? Have you tried everything but still can't find relief? Introducing Sinus Buster, the world's first all-natural hot pepper nasal spray designed to relieve chronic headache, sinus, and allergy symptoms. Its active ingredient, capsaicin, instantly attacks headaches and congestion by depleting the chemicals in your body that cause most sinus symptoms. Stay clear and pain-free naturally with Sinus Buster. Discover how the power of pepper can change your life at your local Price Chopper and Hannaford supermarkets.
When looking for a vehicle, what do you look for? Performance, safety, value, or style? Or is it reliable service, state-of-the-art facilities, customer-related annual events, a dealer and staff with integrity? At Keeler Honda, we pride ourselves in giving you the best of both worlds. Keeler Honda is the only dealer in the country to win the Honda President's Award for 11 consecutive years. Its express service is the first in the area geared to you, the Honda owner. Come find the right decision at Keeler Honda.
Problem.
ESPN2's College Football is presented by Pennzoil, not just oil, Pennzoil, and in part by ESPN Game Plan, maximum college football. To order, call your pay-per-view provider or log on to ESPN.com, search Game Plan.
Well, welcome back. Barry Alvarez has his own flavor of ice cream here at Wisconsin. That's when you know you've made it. As they're serving up some hot fudge on top of the ice cream, Barry Alvarez, there he is, the athletic director who rebuilt this football program and left it in very good position for Brett Bielema to take over. Right now, Illinois from the 3, down 3. And Zalewski getting up on Pierre Thomas.
Talking about Barry Alvarez, I mean, he came in here and did a great job. And the one thing when you leave a program, Barry Alvarez left this program and it's in great shape. They're winning right now. Barry Alvarez has done so much for Wisconsin. They have a statue of him that they unveiled and it looks just like Barry.
Is that good?
That's good.
Yeah. Good. Barry's a great guy. Came by and stopped by at halftime. And now the athletic director here at Wisconsin. 2nd and 8 as flags come down. Like Tom Sullivan, the backup tight end, moved when he shouldn't have.
But as soon as you have this happen to you, if you're on offense, you say, hey, they called our signals. So they can't do that. But the referees are not buying it.
Half the distance to the goal remains 2nd down.
Todd Gerling, the referee today. Ron Zook getting his 2 cents worth in. And the second half it's just been a flip-flop, and boy, Illinois so good in the first half. Juice Williams had 173 total yards in the first half by himself. In the second half, -1.
You have to throw the football out of here.
Williams also throwing an interception as Illinois has blown a 14-point halftime lead. Little play action. Juice was sacked for a safety last week and is able to get that one off as he was pursued by Nick Hayden. We'll go back to Linda Cohn.
Crazy game in the SEC. Ole Miss, 112th in the nation in scoring offense, just tied it up against 7th-ranked Auburn. Brett Schaefer to Lawrence Lilly, moving at the right time. Auburn's 6th-ranked defense has allowed at least 17 points in 4 of their last 5 games, Pam.
How do you explain that for Auburn? Number 7 Auburn struggling in Oxford. And here is a 3rd and 10 from the 3 for the Illini with a true freshman quarterback. And that one is nowhere close to anybody. Frank Lenti Jr., number 82, was the closest guy to it. And here comes your punter. That's 8 straight incompletions now for Juice. Here comes your punter, Kyle Yelton, averaging 26 yards per punt, punting from his own end zone with a lot of wind.
When you're only kicking 26 yards, you go after and try to block it because you can't return it 26 yards. Go block it.
Yelton has had 2 punts blocked this year, one of them directly resulting in a touchdown against Rutgers. And that one goes straight up in the air. But it takes an Illinois bounce. That's going to be his longest punt of the day. He'll take 42 yards, but Yelton just popped that puppy up.
Helps the average.
Still great field position for Wisconsin. Tonight, 2 rival coaches lead their teams onto the field on ESPN. Phil Fulmer in Tennessee takes on Steve Spurrier in South Carolina. College football primetime on ESPN at 7:45 Eastern. College football lives here. Savell Newton's won 4 or 5 games since he took over at quarterback for South Carolina. Should be an entertaining one. Catch it tonight on ESPN and ESPN HD. Lance Smith, true freshman running back, doesn't get anything. Maybe a half yard on that run. Here's your 1-loss teams in the AP poll by position. Wisconsin at number 17. Their only loss to Michigan. Who's your best team in there?
Texas, and I think they're getting railroaded in the BCS rankings because the computers don't operate right, and they have them. They're the best 1-loss team, and they have them behind 2 1-loss teams, Auburn and Florida.
So Ohio State sitting pretty at number 1 and unbeaten. As Smith
on the carry.
Smith gets about 5 yards. So Arkansas beat Auburn this year. That came down from the sideline.
Yeah,
Dykes, our resident Arkansan.
But when you lose to the number 1 team in the country, and that's your only loss, you beat Oklahoma, you beat some Nebraska, you should be rated higher than the team that got beat by Arkansas.
That's why they need a playoff.
Yeah.
3rd and 4 as Illinois tries to come up with a big stop and keep it away from scoring territory, but that's not going to happen as Lance Smith runs for the first down, got it all the way down to the 30, needed 5, picked up 9 before Justin Harrison tackled him.
Another quick snap, this time by Wisconsin. The offensive line blocked it. They came up, ran a bunch set, pulled both guards and tackles. Get Lance Smith outside for the first down.
We've not talked today about Joe Thomas too much. Their left tackle, number 72, 6'8", 313. And Mel Kiper says he's going to be the second guy taken in the draft. He's that good.
He's a basketball player in high school. I asked Jimmy Dykes, how would he be setting a pick at 6'8", 313?
We're going to talk more about Joe Thomas. We had a chance to meet him yesterday. Very impressive young man. We'll talk more about him when we come back. Wisconsin with the 3-point lead.
Saturday. Nothing to complain about unless you're working, in which case we hope you're complaining. It's college football day, so that should tide you over. Then try to get home and throw the football around with your friends' kids, your friends' kids' friends. Then rest up, because there's only 2 days till Tom Brady faces Brad Johnson as the Patriots battle the Vikings at 8:30. 2 days until ESPN Monday Night Football. Now that alone is a reason to smile, even if you're working.
This is not good. What if I get hurt and can't work? Wait, I have Aflac. They give me cash to help pay for groceries, the car, even the cable bill. Lucky me.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Aflac! In Africa, it's all about diamonds.
You owe me money. I'll take a stone as payment.
My son!
The only reason you're still alive is because you haven't told anyone where it is. The right stone can buy anything. Safety, even freedom. What's it gonna be, bro?
Kill them all!
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Hold on!
Blood Diamond. This film is not yet rated. Starts this December.
Enjoying Guinness Draft in a sports bar is a great idea.
Yes, and I've taken the liberty of ordering us some hot wings.
Hot wings? Brilliant! That wasn't too bad.
Please enjoy Guinness Draft responsibly.
College football presented by Pennzoil. Wisconsin up 27-24. At one point they trailed 21-3. They were down 24-10 at the half. And here is Mel Kiper's big board, his projected top 3 picks, and there's big old number 72 at number 2.
Well, he's good. I mean, he's an athlete. Vertical jump 33 inches, can run a 4.8 40. I mean, this guy is put together.
Sandwich between Brady Quinn and Gaines Adams. We will see him next week. Our crew will be at Clemson for the Maryland-Clemson game. Stocko to Beckham. These two have made quite a pairing today as Beckham gets it down to the 26-yard line. Picked up 4. And Joe Thomas's dad is Eric. There is Eric, very proud of his son. And Eric has a lot to be proud of. Let's watch Joe at work.
Joe Thomas pulls out. He can run. He stays on his feet. Good agility. Can drive block. He can pass block. And that's what he can do. He can clear out the whole side of the line.
Boy, and he just did that on that last play. The semifinalist for the Lombardi Award also has been awarded this week an $18,000 postgraduate scholarship as Smith is taken down. He's a great scholar athlete, and Jimmy Dykes has more on Joe.
Pam, I actually spoke to an NFL scout that's on the sideline today prior to the ball game and asked him about Joe Thomas. He said, I'll tell you what, there is no hole in this kid's resume. You don't even have to waste time trying to find it. He's a winner on and off the field. They love the fact that he's got great hand strength. They say once he gets a hold of you, it is over. A rare combination of flexible, he's powerful, he can power block in the run game and pass block. They love this guy.
And Paul Chryst, the offensive coordinator, said to us, I'll never have another one like him. He said as far as not just his talent, but he's a good character guy. He's got a 3.5 grade point average. Britt Miller, they're still playing hard on this defense as Lance Smith is taken down.
Britt Miller's a very good linebacker. Had an interception last week at Penn State. Has made some key plays here. Tackles and sacked John Stockel. They have to go for it in the 4th down here.
So they will eschew about a 45-yard field goal attempt. Remember, the wind is going against him, swirling around down there, and John Stocko leads his fellows to the line on a 4th and 7. Have to get it just inside the 20.
There's Beckham right there, number 9. He's his go-to guy.
And he's going the other way, and that's a catch on 4th down. Luke Swan. He has had some big catches this afternoon. That one good for 17 yards.
That was a good throw and a good catch by Luke Swan. Right in front of Vontae Davis, the freshman corner.
Luke has 4 catches for 85 yards and a touchdown today. And these are the 2 top rushing teams in the Big Ten today. Wisconsin has 98 rush yards. Illinois just 119. They've been doing it through the air, especially Wisconsin here in the second half.
And now the clock becomes a factor. Wisconsin can grind this clock down.
And those numbers on Luke, all 4 of those catches coming in the second half, in which Illinois has been shut out. Jay Lehman tackling Daiwan Rowan, and Lehman is the scholar athlete on this Illinois team. He graduated in 3 years and is now working on his master's degree. He's only a junior.
No, and he's a good linebacker. They let him run. The defensive line does a good job of absorbing blocks and let Jay Lehman run sideline to sideline.
Right there in Champaign, Illinois. Lehman's so important, gets everybody else lined up. They look to him for leadership. And right now he's trying to keep his team close and give Juice one more chance. Juice Williams one more chance. Oh, that'll help for Illinois. And look who it is. We just talked about him, Jay Lehman. Just stuffing up that gap and taking down Lance Smith.
Tom Sims, defensive line coach, told me that Jay Lehman works very hard all the time at trying to get better in every position. And he wants to make every tackle.
His first name, by the way, is Jeremy, but just goes by J. No period after it, no, just J. Just plain old letter J. And he's had himself a heck of a game with 12 tackles. That tackle for loss, good for -5 yards. And here's a 3rd and 14. Stocko going up top. Beckham covered nicely by Justin Harrison.
Illinois still very much in this football game. They have 3 timeouts left. They're 4:32 on the clock. They're only going to be down here 6 points if they make this field goal. So one drive, they can still pull the upset.
33-yard field goal attempt coming up for Taylor Melhoff. He has hit a pair of 21-yarders today. And a career-long 51-yarder last week against Purdue. And that one gives Wisconsin a 6-point cushion. Well, Brett Bielema's team, they need one more defensive stop. As Mike mentioned, 4 minutes and 27 seconds left, and Illinois has all 3 of its timeouts.
And Pam, that was good defense by Illinois. Ron Zook and Vince O'Crew and that staff, they played good defense. They held Wisconsin to the field goal. Now they have a chance to win. As a coach, all you can do is put your team in a position to win the game. Illinois is in position to win this football game.
Ron Zook's team right now trying to stop a 4th straight heartbreaking loss as they trail Wisconsin now at Camp Randall Stadium 30-24, a game they led 24-10 at the half. They have not scored a single point in the second half. John Stocko has been marvelous in the second half. As the first half, he was only 4 of 11, threw an interception that was returned for a touchdown, and you see his numbers much better here in the second half. Throwing touchdown passes, and Taylor Melhoff adding a field goal now. It's a 6-point Wisconsin lead. One more chance for the Illini. Derek McPherson, about a yard deep, comes out and loses the football, but it is picked up by Illinois. A big recovery. That's Britt Miller, the linebacker, who comes up with a huge recovery, or else this game's over.
Yeah, Britt Miller, Johnny on the spot here for Illinois, gives them a chance to still stay in this football game, recovering that fumble.
So Miller picks up the fumble. James Kamoku knocked it loose from McPherson. Here we go. 4 minutes and 7 seconds and counting for the Illini. Williams off the play action, has a man, and that's a terrific catch, a twisting, winding catch by Pierre Thomas. First down, 23-yard gain.
Well, you're right, Pam. Pierre Thomas really looked back and made this catch twisted his body to get back up there, get his hands up there, make that catch to stop the clock with the first down. Now the clock's moving.
That's the first completion for Juice Williams this half, and you have to give about 95% of the credit to Pierre Thomas. First down from the 46, on the roll. Here comes trouble, and he gets away from it somehow. Williams able to get about a yard on that as we get you back to Linda Cohn.
Pam, the last time Ole Miss beat a ranked team was Eli Manning's last game as Ole Miss QB at the Cotton Bowl. So here we go. Auburn goes back on top. Big first down here. It was 3rd and 10 when Brandon Cox gets right to lead guess. That led to a field goal there. Auburn on top. And how about Massachusetts and Steve Baylor becoming the 9th player in Division 1A history to total 4 1,000-yard rushing seasons?
Way to go for UMass. That big offensive line. Alex Miller, their center. A little trickery. Illinois has been doing this all year, but it doesn't fool Matt Shaughnessy. Derek McPherson chased down by Big Matt.
Yeah. Reverse. Shaughnessy, Matt Shaughnessy stays at home right here. 92. He's staying right there in a good angle to make this tackle.
Nice play.
Quarterbacks get their reputations when you drive the length of the field in the last drive and win the football game.
How about this, though? He's a true freshman in front of about 80,000 people. And now facing a 3rd and 10. Stepping up, and that's incomplete. Looking for Chris James, and on 4th and 10, they got to go for it. Zach Hampton with the good coverage on James.
Juice trying to fit this ball in to James. Well covered.
Here's your ball game, folks. 2:21 left to go. 4th and 10. They've got to get to the 44-yard line of Wisconsin. Williams just 1 for 8 in this half. Throwing against his body and incomplete again. This time looking for DeJuan Warren, and with 2 minutes and 14 seconds, Wisconsin gets the ball back.
And Pam, you're going to see an evolution of the quarterback here. Juice Williams makes some mistakes in the second half, but I'll tell you, this guy's going to learn from all the experiences he gets on the road. Last week at Penn State, this week at Wisconsin. So he's going to get better, and the wins will start to happen next year.
Well, what does this do to an Illinois team now? This will be 4 weeks in a row they've let one get away. Michigan State, they won on a last-second field goal. Then they lose to Indiana and Ohio consecutively on last-second field goals. Had Penn State in good position before they let that one get away, and now they blow a big lead, a 2-touchdown lead at the half here.
Eventually, Pam, they will win a game, 4-quarter game, they'll win a close game, and all of a sudden they'll get the confidence and they'll get back up, and they're going to be a threat in the Big Ten in the coming years. They need about 1 or 2 more recruiting classes, and look out for Illinois.
One of the youngest teams in the nation. Our Hewlett-Packard player of the game was a guy you would not have picked as your Hewlett-Packard player of the first half.
No.
But John Stocco really came on in the second half after a miserable first half and a couple of touchdowns in the second half, 11 for 15, and really just a great leader for this Wisconsin club.
In the second half, he really showed his poise and came out in the second half. Again, the defense got the big interception. Zalewski made that pick, and everything went downhill after that for the Illini.
In the fourth, Oklahoma 26, Missouri 10.
And next week for the Illini, as you see the total yards squarely in favor of Wisconsin in this second half. They go home to play Ohio State next week, so that
great opportunity for them. They'll let it all hang out next week.
I love that optimism.
Team, yeah,
I like
young
that looking
team.
at the at the sunny side of things.
Half
with
full.
The number one
it's
team
always
coming
half
in.
full, Pam.
Really?
Yep.
With you it is. But Ohio State comes in next week. And you have to wonder, too, if you are Wisconsin as Rowan gets the carry. They have a big game at home here next week against Penn State. Then they go to Iowa. So a couple of big games still left for Brett Bielema's team as they are, well on their way to a bowl game. But is P.J. Hill healthy enough to play next week? And there's that interception you talked about, Mike, and that was the key play.
That started it all off, and then Stocko to Swan for the score. 3rd and 1. Juice Williams just overthrew Halsey. Kirk's touchdown right here on the fumble, and then he recovered it in the end zone.
John Stocko and company really responding under Brett Bielema. 20 unanswered points. They have shut out Illinois here in the second half. And Wisconsin next week, again, they have Penn State coming in. We have not seen P.J. Hill for most of this game. P.J. 12 carries for 50 yards, but he took a couple of really hard knocks today.
Neck.
Yep.
Yeah,
and
neck.
there he is. Next to the guy in the hood. Chilly. A little chilly here in Madison, but unfortunately we did not get to see a lot of P.J., but you can only hope that he's healthy to play Penn State next week. Lance Smith in the backfield on 3rd and 2. And he's not getting it. Jay Lehman, how about that? Lehman now with 9 tackles.
They're going to get the ball back.
With 1 timeout remaining. And Jay Lehman, this kid's never going to quit. Illinois takes its final timeout with 1:35 left to go.
Done a good job, Illinois, of using their timeouts. Now they don't have any left. But they still are going to get the football back.
And it's up to Juice Williams once again. Zook in his 2nd year at Illinois. The last 3 weeks, heartbreak city for the Illini, losing on last-second field goals to Indiana and Ohio, and then Penn State. They led in the second half of all 3 games. They outgained Penn State pretty much 2-1, but they had some crucial turnovers, and they fell 26-12, a late safety on Juice. And now this one.
It's really easy from the coaching standpoint. You just say, hey, once we put 4 quarters together, we'll win.
First time this year, Wisconsin has trailed a football game at the half. They were down 24-10. And they've come back very well. Look at the Bush get some major hang time on that. Fair catch by Halsey at the 17. And that is where Illinois takes over. 1:28 left to go. No timeouts remaining.
Well, they got to get out there because they're going to start this clock.
Yep, the new rules put into effect this season. The clock starts when the ball is marked ready for play, not when it's snapped. And that really hurts in these hurry-up situations. Juice pursued by DeAndre Levy. He was outside of the tackle box and somehow was able to get it away, so that's not grounding. Kyle Hudson was in the general vicinity as well. But boy, Juice somehow was able to get away from that mess.
They may have to roll him out, give him more time. Either get the direct snap and sprint him to the right or left, and preferably to the right side to get more time.
We welcome those of you watching on ESPN on ABC. You are watching the final drive perhaps of the game for Illinois as Juice Williams' pass to Derek McPherson is incomplete. The Illini at one point led this game 21-3. We're up 24-10 against number 17 Wisconsin at the half. But the Badgers coming out like gangbusters, scoring the last 20 points of this game. And right now, Illinois down 6 with no timeouts left, has the ball on the 18. And Juice Williams, the true freshman quarterback, terrific in the first half, not so much in the second. And facing a 3rd and 10. Throws it underneath, that's complete, but about 3 yards short of the first down.
They got to get lined up. Save this time. Get this first down.
Kyle Hudson with the catch. Mark Zalewski has played a great game at linebacker with another stop. Here's your ball game, 4th and 3. Williams completes it, first down, clock stops as Jeff Cumberland steps out of bounds with 51 seconds to go.
Good route by the freshman tight end, Jeff Cumberland. On the out route, knows where he's got to get the first down, gets out of bounds.
Ron Zook, second year in charge of the Illini, has had some heartbreaking losses over the last few weeks. Could be another one. Williams with time, steps up. Cumberland was running down the middle, as was Chris James. 46 seconds left.
When I think of this football team, Illinois, so young, I think about that show was on TV, Growing Pains. That's what you have, because they're going to make some mistakes, but they're going to really be good someday.
2nd and 10 now from the 29. Throws that over the head of Kyle Hudson. Clock stops with 41 seconds
and
left.
This is a Wisconsin defense. Prior to today, only gave up 2 TD passes. And to who, Pam?
Mario Manningham, both against Michigan. The only game that they have lost. They gave up 2 today and gave up 24 points in the first half. In their last 3 games, they'd only given up 24 points aggregately, but they've shut out Illinois in the second half tonight, or this afternoon. 3rd and 10. Williams has his man, first down, steps out of bounds. Jacob Willis, the first time he has caught a pass today. Willis, the junior from Champaign. Both of his parents work at the University of Illinois. And moves the sticks.
Good throw by Juice Williams. Good mustard on the throw. Got there. Good route.
So now it's 1st and 10, 35 seconds left from the 44-yard line of Illinois. They need a touchdown. Williams, a great runner, runs out of bounds, kills the clock with 28 seconds left to go. No timeouts remaining for the Illini.
Quarterbacks, when you're a freshman quarterback, you're not used to throwing the ball this much. In practice, fall camp, you really have, sometimes you have a tired arm, like a baseball pitcher that gets a sore arm. But Juice Williams looks like he's handling that phase of it.
13 of 29 today through the air, a touchdown pass and a crucial interception. He's got a heck of an arm, but this time decides to take off, trying to get out of bounds to stop the clock, but he can't. DeAndre Levy, Joe Monty keep him in bounds, and Illinois scrambles to get another play off. On 3rd and 2. Flags are down as Williams completes it to Jody Ellis with 1 second left on the clock, but there's a flag.
I don't know if Illinois was set. You hurry up sometimes, you don't get set in the right formation. You get movement, and that's what happened.
It's been a very flag-free afternoon.
Illegal motion. Number 17 of the offense. 5-yard penalty. Repeat, 3rd down.
It's true freshman tight end Jeff Cumberland.
Yeah, I was just going to say, another freshman didn't get set.
And Wisconsin calls a timeout.
They're going to guard the goal line right here. They're going to put a pit up there. They're going to put some guys back deep and make sure Illinois does not score.
Some key plays here in the second half in which Illinois has been outscored 20-0. This might have been the biggest. Ty Zalewski's pick. John Stocco goes to work. Luke Swan, all of his catches coming in the second half. And then Juice overthrowing E.B. Halsey. That would have been a touchdown on 3rd and 1. And Andy Crooks, one of 2 tight ends who were on the defensive side of the ball last year for Wisconsin.
Give the Badgers credit. They fought back. They went into halftime, came out here and made plays. Give Brett Bielema and his staff. Paul Chris called a great game in the second half. Mike Hankwitz on defense has really done a good job. And you can see Wisconsin has 4 deep defenders at the 10-yard line.
As they are going to keep everything in front of them. Here is the last play of the game. 3rd and 7. Illinois has to score a touchdown. And Juice Williams goes down as he is sacked by Matt Shaughnessy. His 2nd sack of the day ends the game. And Wisconsin, once down 21-3 in this game, escape with a 30-24 victory. So for the 4th straight week, Illinois had a good chance at a win as Brett Bielema goes over and has some kind words for this Illinois team that fought to the very end. So Illinois falls to Wisconsin 30-24. Up next on ESPN2, College Football Scoreboard presented by Acura. For Mike Gottfried and Jimmy Dykes, our entire crew, I'm Pam Ward. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports, as we say so long from Madison.
Welcome to the College Football Scoreboard, presented by Acura.
Linda Cohn in the studio. What a game between Auburn and Ole Miss. Miko McSwain making it interesting for Ole Miss, putting the Rebels up on top 7-0. First touchdown of the season for McSwain, and he does that against Auburn's 6th-ranked defense in the nation. Meanwhile, Auburn, led by Brandon Cox. What can he do? He drops back and he hooks up with Rodriguez Smith in the end zone. We are tied up at 7 in the second. But in the third, Tigers are down 3 to Ole Miss. Brad Lester, he can do this, and he does it often. For his 7th touchdown of the year, Auburn was up 14-10. But it's a 17-10 game in the 4th. Brett Schaefer, Ole Miss looking to tie it up, and Lawrence Lilly blooming at the right time. We're tied at 17. I mean, come on, Ole Miss, 112th in the nation in scoring offense. But here comes Auburn. Brandon Cox guesses right till he gets. On a 3rd and 10, a big first down, and that set up this. The chip shot field goal by John Vaughn, 21 yards away, gives Auburn the 3-point lead. And then Auburn end up getting the ball again, 4th and inches, and of course they go for it. And Carl Stewart makes it first down. Tigers able to run out more ticks on that clock. And that was it. That was the finish. Auburn escapes, hangs on, improves to 9-1 all-time at Ole Miss. 23-17 the final. Brandon Cox, 21-34, 256 yards and a touchdown as Auburn improves to 5-1 in the SEC. They got 2 conference games left. Remember, Arkansas is still unbeaten in the SEC. What a week, week 9 of college football. Oh, speaking of the SEC, remember on ESPN tonight, 7:45 Eastern, a good one in that conference with Tennessee taking on South Carolina. There were close calls, as you saw, but then there were some games where, you know, when you're number 2 Michigan, you're supposed to win, like taking on Northwestern. Michigan 8-0 facing Northwestern. Remember what happened to them last week against Michigan State. C.J. Bechet, more problems. Stripped by Lamar Woodley. Woodley recovers. Michigan sharp on defense. That we know. Chad Henne connecting on offense. 15th touchdown pass. Hooking up with Adrian Arrington for his 5th TD catch of the year. Wolverines up 7-0. It was 10-3 Michigan and Mike Hart. He is so lethal when he's looking to break tackles and find some space and taking advantage. Right on the doorstep, and why not give it to Hart to punch it in? Wolverines were up 17-3. Now, following a Michigan turnover, Northwestern was threatening. Bechet dropping back, and he's aiming. Corner of the end zone, but he is picked off. by Rose Barringer, and that preserved the lead and it remained a 17-3 game. And that turned out to be the final. Okay, Michigan is not pouring on the points of late, but they're getting it done because, as we know, we're all looking, including big Wolverine fans, looking forward to that November 18th showdown against Ohio State when it's 1-2. You know, just thought you'd like to know what Notre Dame has done to Navy lately, actually often. Notre Dame, most consecutive wins over one opponent in an uninterrupted series. We're talking 42 wins in a row. That's a long time. So what would happen on this day? Navy cadets are pumped up. Why not? But Brady Quinn was too. And Quinn, not only does he have the arm, but he can get away from trouble. And when do you see that catch by David Grimes? Great adjustment. First touchdown catch of his career. It's 10-0 Notre Dame. Second and goal for Navy. Kepu Ponoa Kaheaku Inahata with a keeper. It took longer to say his name than he did to score. Later in the second, Travis Thomas. Much easier name. Finds some room on the outside. He takes it all the way for the score. It's 17-7 Notre Dame. And then back to Quinn. Through 2 touchdown passes, he's got 20 on the year. Here's one up top to Rima McKnight. Nice catch by McKnight, 24-14 Fighting Irish. Third quarter, same score. Here comes Quinn. You watched him scramble for a big run, okay? You know about his arm. This is what he does. Very confident is Brady Quinn, and so is this Notre Dame Fighting Irish team, especially against Navy. 38-14, the final. Make it 43 straight wins against Navy for Quinn and company. Brady finished with 3 touchdown passes and that 1 rushing touchdown, 21 touchdown passes on the year. I told you it's been a while since Navy beat Notre Dame. Well, here's what was going on the last time Navy did come up with a victory. November 2nd, 1963. You remember Sugar Shack was the #1 song. I love this one. No Super Bowl had ever been played at this time. And of course, it happened 3 weeks before the JFK assassination. Stamps were 5 cents, and the Navy quarterback Roger Staubach at that time, and he went on to win the Heisman Trophy. In the Big 12, Oklahoma and Missouri, 2 ranked teams going at it. The only game on this day to feature 2 ranked teams going at it. Paul Thompson making a statement for Oklahoma, putting the Sooners up 7-3. But for the second time this year, Thompson not only runs in for a touchdown, but he throws for one. Same game. This one to Joe John Finley. Oklahoma up 14-3. Who said Missouri was going to make a statement in this one? Missouri punting out of their own end zone, and then Oklahoma did it all. The block punt, it's recovered by the punter Adam Crossett for a safety. 16-3 against Missouri. Sooners up 16-10. Big play here, Paul Thompson to Quentin Chaney. Because when the Tigers were showing signs of life, Oklahoma would respond. And you got to give all the adversity the Sooners have faced from start to finish in this season. And this was a huge victory. A 16-point win over Missouri. Thompson 11-19, 127 yards, 2 touchdowns there. Oklahoma finished with 231 rushing yards. Not bad considering they don't have Adrian Peterson. Take a look now at the Big 12 North standings and where we stand. Nebraska still on top as Missouri drops behind them in the conference at 3-2. Nebraska, by the way, playing Oklahoma State a little bit later. Coming up, I mentioned the big game on ESPN tonight. Well, you're going to hear from Chris Fowler and the gang, our college game day men, weigh in on tonight's Spurrier against Fulmer contest. And much more updates for you.
The world is advancing faster and faster. Are you in or out? Introducing the all-new 7-passenger Acura MDX. Technology takes it to a whole new place. Acura. Advance.
Risks can change quickly. Make sure your insurance stays in sync. Travelers.
Can you take me to New York City, please?
Last week, Entertainment Weekly asked the question, has this man made the funniest movie ever?
Yes!
This week, critics around the country have responded. It's not just the funniest movie of the year, it's the funniest movie in many years.
King in the castle, king in the castle.
Time magazine is calling it utterly irresistible.
Hello, nice to meet you. I'm new in town. I want to say hello.
This Friday,
Crazy, crazy, everybody laugh.
Borat Rated R. Friday, only in theaters.
I run like pretty much every day, a few miles, so when I first started running, it's always, people say like, oh, it's very therapeutic and a stress reliever, which is true. It's just you and your thoughts. But I got really sick of myself like pretty quick. And so if you don't have music to listen to, that's a really long time to run. I'm Jimmy Callahan, and this is what I found at Sears.
College Football Scoreboard is presented by Acura. Acura, advance. And in part by Travelers, insurance in sync.
Buffalo and Boston College. It was a 3-0 game. Eagles on top. Buffalo punting. Dwan Tribble can do some things with this, and he shows us how nice of him. Watch the block he's going to get from Clarence Megwa. We freeze the video because we can do that, and then it's just a race to catch Tribble. And Tribble finally is taken down at the 15, but you never knew for a while. I mean, he was really making things happen. 67-yard punt returned by Tribble. This is about making a good thing out of a bad thing, and Chris Crane does that on a rainy day. After he drops the ball, he just simply, I'm going to score no matter what you say, and do. Dives over the pylon. It works. Boston College went up 10-0. For Chris Crane, really a tremendous effort in this 41-0 game. 2 touchdown runs, a touchdown pass for him, making things happen for Boston College as they improved to 7-1 as Crane threw for 142 yards. Oh, by the way. What about NC State and Virginia? Fourth quarter, close game. NC State down 7-0. Daniel Evans, the lob. John Dunlap, great catch, back of the end zone. That'll work. Tying the game at 7. Next drive for Virginia, under 2 minutes to go. Jason Snelling. Oh, likes all the room he's got. Steps out of bounds, though, at the 17. That's an 18-yard gain. He'll take it. Next play, he wasn't done with Snelling. Up the middle, he finishes what he started. 17 yards into the end zone, taking 3 players with him. Virginia goes up, and Virginia ends up winning this game just by a touchdown, 14-7. Snelling, 20 rushes for 97 yards, and those 2 touchdowns as Virginia has won their last 5 games against North Carolina State in Charlottesville. Let's take a look at the standings. Keep you posted in the ACC Coastal standings. Georgia Tech 3-1. They got a big one later, 5-2 overall. That big one is against Miami. Talk about significance. That's coming later today. And speaking of significant games, there's one in the SEC tonight. It's Philip Fulmer against Steve Spurrier, Tennessee against South Carolina, and it's on ESPN, 7:45 Eastern. To get a preview, we send it out to our college game day guys. Gentlemen?
It's always a spicy subplot when football teams coached by Steve Spurrier and Philip Fulmer get together. This is the 12th collision tonight. Barbs and banter over the years, mostly coming from Spurrier because he's won about 75% of the games head-to-head. Over the years, there have been some big collisions. 96, Werfel and company go into Rocky Top, outduel Peyton Manning. Gators won the national title that year. 2 years later, in overtime, Gators missed a field goal. Volunteers survive against the head ball coach, and they won the national title that year. Then, of course, Spurrier goes to South Carolina and goes to Rocky Top and wins there for the first time in Gamecock history with the late field goal. Painful. For Fulmer, oh, no big deal. He kind of just pumps his face. I meant a lot. Are you kidding me? A Tennessee native. They come into the game tonight with an identical number of wins in SEC play, 134, even though, as Steve pointed out, Fulmer has about 4 extra games constituting that extra year when he was an interim coach after taking up for Johnny Majors. Now back to the banter. Spurrier made a comment this week. You watch Tennessee on tape. They're so talented, you just can't believe it's the same players who lost 6 games a year ago. A little bit of a shot, but Tennessee obviously has vastly improved this year. Eric Ainge has been playing much better quarterback. He will have to do a lot tonight, perhaps, without LaMarcus Coker, the top running back, who's got a knee sprain, and Jason Swain, one of his wide receivers, who's also a little bit nicked up. And Lee is going to deal with this hostile crowd and put it all together on the road. Eric Ainge does.
And with this win. Yeah. I think the South Carolina pass rush will be very, very important. How much pressure they can put on Eric Ainge and force turnovers, very important in this ball game. Now, on the other side side of the ball. Tennessee has special teams, and they got a great kicker in James Wilhoit. He's a tremendous field goal kicker, could be the difference. And last but not least, Kirk, I hope that Tennessee will score early, keep the crowd out of this ball game, because if they don't, they lose. But I think they do. Tennessee in a close win.
I was going to say, you hope, because you're picking Tennessee to win. That's why you hope they score early. I think the difference in South Carolina, the first 3 games, only averaging 7 points a game with Blake Mitchell. Steve Spurrier makes an adjustment. He says, we're going to go with Savell Newton, even though he's a wide receiver. He steps in, and the last 4 games, they've averaged 29 points a game, only punted the ball 8 times, and a lot of it has to do with his mobility. Everybody wants to talk a former receiver because he can scramble, but I think the difference, and what I was amazed to see, is the way number 13 can read a defense and distribute the football. If you get pressure on him, he avoids it. If you give him time, he can find Sidney Rice and Kenny McKinley, and that'll be the key. If he can get time to throw, he can throw the ball downfield against Tennessee, and then once they get to the red zone, will they be able to come away with points? And their 2 losses, that's what's killed him. 1 of 7 against Auburn and against Georgia. They have to score touchdowns if they get into that 20-yard line area.
And Spurrier says, we'll maybe move the ball a little bit. We got some ball plays drawn up, but Corey Boyd's had back-to-back 100-yard games, but that was Kentucky and Vandy. Could be a little tougher against Tennessee, so I think you're right. A lot of pressure on Savell Newton.
And you know, Steve Spurrier always seems to save a few plays, a few wrinkles for these kind of games.
What wrinkles will unfold here? And Williams-Brice Stadium in prime time, 7:45 Eastern time on ESPN. Should be interesting. Back to the studio.
We'll be watching, Chris, and watch this, viewers, and check a look at the SEC East standings as we start. When you see the Florida Gators up on top, 6-1 overall, 4-1 in the conference. Tennessee right behind them, and here is the SEC West. I mentioned earlier about Arkansas, the only team that is unbeaten in the conference at 4-0, but Auburn, that's why they needed to beat Ole Miss today. They're staying right behind them and getting them a little nervous. Coming up, what about the number 2 Michigan Wolverines? Would they stay unbeaten against Northwestern? We'll recap the entire Big Ten for you. Also give you some updates on those 3:30 Eastern games just getting underway.
It's the most prestigious day in racing, with $20 million and 8 championships on the line.
Here comes Corella with a thrilling finish.
The world's best jockeys, trainers, and horses like Bernardini and Lava Man going head-to-head. The Breeders' Cup World Championships, live from Churchill Downs. Saturday, November 4th at noon Eastern on ESPN.
The best deals are at Denoyer Dodge.
Brand new Dodge Durango, 4-wheel drive, MSRP $32,295. Buy it for $26,995. Nah, make it $24,995. Forget all that. Make it $22,995 for 3 days only at Denoyer Dodge. Over 150 available at our all-new pre-owned Supercenter, starting at $59.95. So give us a try before you buy at Denoyer Dodge and Denoyer Mitsubishi on Central Avenue, Albany.
Come check out the newly renovated Elbow Room on Delaware Avenue in Albany. Watch any game on one of our 25 satellite TVs. If you don't feel like watching, get in on the action with foosball, pool, darts, team trivia, and karaoke. Serving pizza, calzones, quesadillas, burgers, wings, seafood, salads, sandwiches, subs, steak, and much more. If you can't come in for lunch, we'll deliver it to you. Plus, private party bookings and live entertainment. Great food and even better fun at the all-new Elbow Room, your football authority.
Updating you on some scores from top 20 teams in action right now. Number 1, Ohio State scoreless early. They're playing Minnesota. You see number 2, Michigan, what they did to Northwestern. Some scores. Gators scoreless against Georgia. And Auburn with that big win over Ole Miss. And Notre Dame business as usual for Brady Quinnen, folks. Oh, speaking of updates, you got it. Number 21, Georgia Tech against Miami. Big one in the ACC. First play of the game, Reggie Bull is sacked. And opportunistic, the Miami Hurricanes. Glenn Cook picks it up and scores. What a way to start for Miami. They get all those suspended players back, and they got the lead over Georgia Tech. Number 24, Wake Forest facing North Carolina. They make things happen. That's right. Alfonso Smith, to be exact. He blocked the punt, and then he ran it in for the score. Demon Deeks on top of the Tar Heels. Early. Promise you a recap of the Big Ten. Number 2, Michigan facing Northwestern. For Northwestern, led by C.J. Bechet. It was like last week all over again. Stripped from behind by Lamar Woodley. All the problems for the Wildcats back here against Michigan as they were sharp early. Chad Henne hooking up with Adrian Arrington. Henny, his 15th touchdown pass of the year. Arrington, his 5th touchdown catch. Wolverines up 7-0. And they got the running game going with Mike Hart. Because Michigan is going to need Mike Hart to contribute, to have a force when that time comes against Ohio State. And Hart punching it in, that would be November 18th. Wolverines lead 17-3. Now, following a Michigan turnover, Northwestern is threatening. Boucher. Problem is, everybody knew where he was throwing. He's picked off by Wills Barringer, and that preserved the lead, and it remained 17-3. And that was the final for Michigan as they improved to 9-0 on the year. The Wolverines do just that. Chad Henne finished 10-19, 114 yards, and a touchdown. Mike Hart, 95 yards rushing, and the touchdown as Michigan continues to lead the nation in rush defense. Illinois and Wisconsin right here on ESPN2. Did you see it? It was a good game. John Stocco, not good here. Picked off by Bellamy, and Bellamy goes the other way for the touchdown. 7-0 Illinois. Bellamy is a true freshman. What's true is Illinois striking again, already up 7-3. Juice Williams putting the squeeze. The touchdown pass to Pierre Thomas. Nothing lucky about Pierre there. 14-3 Illinois. Later in the second, more Illinois. Pierre Thomas. That'll work for Illinois. It's 21-3. They're killing the Badgers at Wisconsin, but here come the Badgers. You know about their offense. It's great, so you can't hold them down for long. Stocco to Luke Swan, who looked pretty there. 24-17 now, Illinois. It was a 4-point game. Wisconsin down just 4. They complete the comeback. Stocco, the screen to Andy Crooks for the score. It's almost like the Badgers were just, buying their time, waiting it out, and Illinois thought they can go into their prevent mode, and it prevented them from getting a win. 30-24 the final as Wisconsin finds a way to improve to 8-1 overall, 5-1 in the conference. Stocco, 15-26, 216 yards, 2 touchdowns, and that 1 interception. Michigan State and Indiana off of last week's miracle win, record-breaking win against Northwestern, but the Spartans just didn't have it. Kellen Lewis to James Hardy. Indiana had it all right, especially those two. They hooked up plenty of times, 3 times to be exact. That's right. But here, Lewis spread the wealth a little bit in the second quarter to Marcus Thigpen, and that put Indiana up by the score of 17-7. Spartans didn't know what hit them. Less than a minute left in the second quarter. It was more to Lewis to Hardy again, and Hardy makes it look so easy. Indiana up 24-7, and then more. 15 seconds left in the second quarter. More Indiana after a turnover. If it works a couple of times, it works again. Players shaken up there. But speaking about being shaken up, that's what the Spartans were. Because Indiana, led by Lewis and Hardy, win this game easily. It's really an impressive win by Indiana. They are tough. Whoever's going to face them, they are tough, Indiana. 46-21 is the final. And remember, Michigan faces Indiana in a couple of weeks, so that should be interesting. Elsewhere in the Big Ten, Penn State, 12-0 lead. Business as usual over Purdue there. And then Northern Illinois, they lost to Iowa 24-14. Let's update you in the SEC in Florida and Georgia. Trick play by the Gators. Caldwell, check out the effort to get in. Nice going by Caldwell. And that'll work for Florida and gives the Gators a 7-0 lead early in the first quarter against Georgia. Chris Leak, 2 of 2, 17 yards. Tim Tebow was in, rushed for 20 yards. Good game here. Georgia, remember, comes in 1-4 against Florida under head coach Mark Richt. Coming up, we got to check in on the #1 Ohio State Buckeyes. How are they doing against Minnesota? Do you think it'll be a challenge by the Golden Gophers? Could Troy Smith and company be taking this one for granted? Well, you got to come back and find out.
There were 2 options. Change the road or change the SUV. Introducing the Acura MDX with super handling all-wheel drive. Technology takes it to a whole new place. Acura. Advance.
You know what I desire.
Yes, my count. Pizza. you had garlic bread pizza delivered.
Of course not, silly. It's not delivery.
New DiGiorno garlic bread pizza. Great toppings on garlic bread crust. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Tomato sauce.
Can you take me to New York City, please?
Last week, Entertainment Weekly asked the question, has this man made the funniest movie ever?
Yes!
This week, critics around the country have responded. It's not just the funniest movie of the year, it's the funniest movie in many years.
King in the castle, king in the castle.
Time magazine is calling it utterly irresistible.
Hello, nice to meet you. I'm new in town. I want to say hello.
This Friday,
Crazy, crazy, everybody laughs.
Borat Rated R. Friday, only in theaters.
Linda Cohn back in the studio giving you an update on number 1 Ohio State. Number 1 for 9 straight weeks. Oh, by the way, the Buckeyes. Antonio Pittman knows that. 10-yard touchdown run. Buckeyes up 10-0 against Minnesota. Like, no, make it 7-0. Oh, by the way. First quarter, 8:56 to go. Games on ABC in this one. Troy Smith just 1-1 for 9 yards. Pittman 5 carries, 37 yards, and that 1 touchdown so far. But we're early on. What about the standings in the Big Ten? You're looking at your top 10. Michigan with their win today, improving to 6-0 in the conference. Wisconsin, they climbed out of one and escaped on ESPN2 with their win. And there you see, as it looks, down the way, of course, Ohio State right there with Michigan. Updating you, Nebraska and Oklahoma State. Brandon Jackson for the Cornhuskers. Great run here. Strength. Unbelievable 17-yard run, and that would set up a field goal for Nebraska to get Nebraska on the board early against Oklahoma State. Just 3-0 as we speak. Zach Taylor 1-2 for 2 yards. Jackson, besides that big 17-yard run, 6 carries so far, 66 yards on the ground as Nebraska going on the ground a lot against this Oklahoma State team. Nebraska comes in, remember, tied with Missouri for first place in the Big 12 North, but since Missouri lost, you know. What about Oregon State and USC as we continue to update you?
We're going to roll out. Look to throw it. Nice.
More putting the Beavers on the board. That was a 2-yard touchdown run. Pick your head up. Oregon State's on top of USC, 7-0. Of course, they're playing at Oregon State. USC comes in unbeaten as they also have come in with this amazing streak of 27 straight victories against Pac-10 teams. Syracuse and Cincinnati tie game at 3, 3rd and 6. The handoff goes to Greg Moore. Greg knows what to do with it, but he is going to be brought down in the end zone, actually. Wait a minute. No, he didn't get in the end zone. He's brought down at the 2, so let Moore finish what he started. So he rushes it in from 2 for the touchdown. 10-3 Cincinnati. Meanwhile, Dustin Grutza faking the handoff and airing it out, and it completes it to Derek Stewart. Pretty play, 37 yards for the touchdown. Cincinnati goes on to win and beating Syracuse 17-3. Syracuse is a 4-game losing skid. Cincinnati with 352 total yards in this one. Coming up, more updates for you, and also we'll get a glimpse at our top performers so far in Week 9 in college football. I'm Linda Cohn. Stay tuned.
Introducing the official ESPN College Game Day Apparel Collection, made exclusively for the kind of fans that don't need a schedule to know who their team is playing on Saturday. So show your colors and pledge allegiance to your team. Game day and every day with official ESPN College Game Day apparel. Pick them up at Finish Line, Hibbett Sports, college bookstores, and fan shops nationwide. And at ESPNshop.com. The ESPN College Game Day Apparel Collection. Every game matters.
How do you show your love of NFL football? Time Warner Cable does it with a ton of games in high definition. So, as a Time Warner Cable subscriber, you'll be able to watch action-packed, hard-hitting home team football. And that includes home team games. So get your face paint and your nachos ready. Because this fall, the NFL is on Time Warner Cable.
1
Personal injury victims are under attack from powerful corporations and interest groups who want to take away the right to seek fair compensation. Now more than ever, you need an experienced team of legal professionals to protect your rights. Dreyer Boyajian has handled some of the most serious personal injury cases in the capital region and has secured tens of millions in compensation for our clients and their families. I'm Don Boyajian. If you've been injured and want to protect your rights, call me at 1-800-INJURY-LAW and get the justice you deserve.
And go.
College Football Scoreboard is presented by Acura. Acura Advance. And in part by new DiGiorno Garlic Bread Pizza. Great toppings on garlic bread crust. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Updating you in the ACC, Wake Forest against North Carolina, and the Tar Heels tied up against the Demon Deacs. Joe Daly to Andre Barber, and we're tied up just like that at 7. Plenty of time left. They're just in the first. All right, just to recap you, in case you missed it, Notre Dame taking on Navy. Navy cadets pumped up, even though they've lost 42 in a row to Notre Dame. Brady Quinn. When there's trouble, he gets away from it. It's that simple. And David Grimes can make a few adjustments. Gadian makes a great catch, put Notre Dame up 10-0. Meanwhile, same score. Kate Ponoa, Kohei Aku Inahata with a keeper. Navy within 3. Later in the second, an easier name, and his name is Travis Thomas. And Thomas sees some space, breaking it, taking it all the way for the score. Notre Dame up 17-7. Later, it's Brady Quinn. This is what we're used to seeing Brady do. Hit his target. Up top to Rima McKnight. Great catch by McKnight, though. Notre Dame goes up 24-14. And then Quinn, we've seen him get out of trouble. You know about his arm. And look at him. He decides to run. 18-yard run for Quinn. Longest this year. Notre Dame goes up 31-14. 38-14 was the final for Notre Dame. Impressive stuff. Quinn, 18-25, 295 yards, 3 TD passes. He also ran for a touchdown, as you saw. Brady Quinn now has 21 touchdown passes on the year. Did you see what happened between Oklahoma and Missouri? I thought so. Oklahoma down 3-0, Paul Thompson. Putting Oklahoma up 7-3. And Thompson not only ran for a touchdown, he threw for a touchdown for the second time this year. You know, both in the same game. Thompson to Joe John Finley. Sooners up 14-3, sending a message at Missouri the Sooners were. Bob Stoops beating a ranked team for the first time this year. Oh, by the way, the special teams working. Block punt by Oklahoma, recovered by the punter, Adam Crossett for safety, 16-3. It was 16-10, though. And then just when Missouri was showing some signs of life for their fans who were hoping the Tigers would make a statement, Thompson hooks up with Quentin Chaney. And Oklahoma continues its dominance over Missouri when it matters most. Impressive stuff as Oklahoma does what it does best. You know, they win 231 rushing yards. That's right, I say that because they win on their running game, even without Adrian Peterson. Look at Missouri, just 76 rushing yards for the Tigers. Elsewhere in the top 25 games you need to know that are going to take place tonight. Texas against Texas Tech. Such a great team, the Longhorns, and of course on ESPN, college football primetime on 7:45 Eastern. Fulmer goes against Spurrier, always intriguing. Arkansas playing host to Louisiana Monroe, and then you have 22nd ranks Texas A&M. You know, they've only lost one game, A&M, and they're at Baylor. Oregon, too. Other end of the spectrum, some winless teams. As you look, both Temple and Duke looking for their first wins of the year. And how about the Owls? Unbelievable. Looks like they're going to get it, barring a miracle comeback by Bowling Green. Congratulations in advance to Temple, but Duke, no. Looks like the Blue Devils will still be winless. So, hoping to get off this list, as you see, the long current losing streaks entering the day as Temple looks to get off this losing streak and this list. And up on top will be Duke. 15 straight losses so far going in. And right now they're losing to Vandy. And you see what Florida International, they've lost 7 in a row, and they're actually beating Alabama at the moment. I know it's only a 3-0 game, but it is worth noting, okay? With 11 minutes to go before halftime, Florida International looking to stand up and win their first of the year. And Baylor history, that's right. Making history, the running back out of Massachusetts, Steve Baylor, becoming the 3rd player in 1AA history and the 9th player in college football history to total 4 1,000-yard seasons. How about some other top performers for you in Week 9? James Hardy, a school record 4 touchdowns in Indiana's blowout win over Michigan State. Brady Quinn, 3 touchdown passes, 1 on the ground in the Irish's big win over Navy. And Alan Patrick, Adrian Peterson's replacement, 162 yards.